Chapter 272. Inside the residence of the sixth prince. In a very good mood, Garka said with a hearty smile, Ian, we really made a fortune. A few trifling invitations were sold for 1 million gold coins. You're really good at making money. For 1 million gold coins, Garka could get 200,000 gold coins. At the same time, he also made use of the small invitations to earn a lot of favors. The St. Toulon city was filled with aristocrats and magnates. 5,000 invitations weren't enough for those people to fight over. Many greater aristocrats were a step late. Even if they had the money, they couldn't buy the invitations. They could only go to Garka and make a request to buy the invitations, making Garka owe them a lot of favors. Yang Feng picked up a glass, swirled the blood-like red wine inside, took a sip and revealed a smile. Garka asked curiously, by the way, why only 5,000 invitations? Why not sell more? With the strength of the St. Toulon city, it wouldn't be a problem to sell 10,000, no 30,000 invitations. There were less than 10 grand pharmacists in the Morince Empire, 3 of which were in the Imperial Palace and served Morince 2,867. Yang Feng was the only one who was willing to hold the potion auction. There were many rich people in the St. Toulon city. Even if 30,000 invitations were released, they could be easily sold. Yang Feng said with a smile, rare things are precious. After the 5,000 invitations go through a competition, they will become even more famous. Those people will be more willing to spend a lot of money to compete for the invitations, and then spend even more money to compete for the potions I sell. Garka frowned slightly and said, that makes sense. However, 5,000 invitations are obviously not enough. Many people have come to me and expressed their intention to buy them. Some people have great backgrounds that even I can't afford to offend. Although Garka was the sixth prince of the empire and had a very noble status, but there were many people he couldn't afford to offend. Only when he sat on the throne would he be able to ignore most people. Yang Feng said faintly, if greater aristocrats, top magnates and aristocrats close to us want them, then we'll give them to them. As for others, there's no need to give them. Garka pondered for a moment and smiled. That makes sense. As time went by, the entire St. Toulon city went crazy over the small invitation letter. The price of the invitation letter soared from 200 gold coins to 500 gold coins, and there was no market for it. The invitation to the potion auction had become a symbol of status. It was as if the person who had an invitation to the potion auction was a real big shot. 10 days later, in a large manor near the St. Toulon city, luxurious carriages drove out of the St. Toulon city and entered the large manor. The ground of the large manor was covered with a layer of cement-like material, making it look very flat. The carriage didn't bump too much as it traveled. Near a lake that looked like an emerald, there were countless tables filled with all sorts of delicacies. Beautiful maids were shuttling back and forth. Near the tables stood well-dressed men and women. Outside of the St. Toulon city, any one of them would be a bigwig that countless people of the Morince Empire would look up to. The bigwigs formed circles of 2s and 3s and chatted. Their conversations couldn't deviate from the topic of the various magic potions that might be auctioned at the potion auction. Suddenly there was a commotion in the crowd. A handsome man with short blonde hair and a gentle smile on his face, followed by a man and a woman in martial attire, strode in. Your Highness the Third Prince. Some bigwigs from the Third Prince's faction went over and saluted the Third Prince Porta. They swiftly formed a small circle around Porta. Not long after Porta arrived, a young man with short blonde hair and a somewhat serious expression, similar to Porta arrived, followed by 2 guards in martial attire. Your Highness the Ninth Prince. Some bigwigs close to the Ninth Prince also went over and saluted the Ninth Prince San-Air, and then formed a small circle around San-Air. Almost at the same time, a young man with short golden hair, who looked to be only 16 or 17 years old, still had a childish look on his face. He had an arrogant look on his face, as if he didn't care about anyone in the world. He was followed by 2 beautiful female guards in martial attire. Your Highness the 13th Prince. The bigwigs close to the 13th Prince quickly came to the 13th Prince Sucre's side, and formed a small circle with Sucre at the head. The 3 princes looked at each other, then shook off all the guards and walked over to each other. A complicated look in his eyes, Porta said unhurriedly, Grand Pharmacist Ian, Garka is really lucky to be able to recruit a grand pharmacist to serve him. In the small alliance formed by the four princes, Porta and Garka were the strongest forces. With Yang Feng's help, Garka's force became the strongest force in the loose alliance. Sucre said with a light smile, "The stronger Garka is, the more advantageous it is for us, right?" Andre's strength was simply too great. We also need someone who can withstand the pressure from Andre. Sanair nodded silently. The great Prince Andre was wise and valiant, as well as the Grand Marshal of the Southern Army, and the experts under his command were as common as clouds in the sky. Even when the four princes joined forces, they could only slightly suppress Andre. Of course, this was also related to the four princes joining forces on the surface, but secretly holding each other back. If the four princes worked together, then with the strength of their mother's family behind them, they could suppress the great Prince Andre to the point that he couldn't breathe. Grandmaster Ian. Grandmaster Ian is here. Grandmaster Ian is here. Suddenly, clamors came from the crowd, and gazes began to search for Yang Feng. Virtually everyone present came for Yang Feng's potion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Feng followed Garka and Ileana into the venue under the escort of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius. As soon as Garka entered the venue, he took Yang Feng and walked towards the great prince's group of three. Garka made the introductions full of pride. "Ian, let me introduce you. This is my third brother, Porta, this is my ninth brother, Sanair, and this is my 13th brother, Sucre. Eldest brother, ninth brother, 13th brother. This is the master of the Red Earth Wasteland's Miracle City, the Earl of the Red Earth Wasteland, the Court Grand Master and Grand Pharmacist Ian." Each title represented an identity of Yang Feng, and each identity was very noble. With several identities superimposed, he was even more noble than some ordinary princes. Yang Feng said with a light smile, "Hello. Hello, Erlian." The three princes politely greeted him. Even Sucre, who had pride written all over his face, wasn't rude. "Grandmaster Canales. Grandmaster Canales is here." "What Grandmaster Canales? Where is he?" When they heard the name Canales, the crowd was slightly taken aback at first, and then there was a stir at once. Everyone looked for the owner of the name with even more excited gazes. Canales, who had been famous for decades, was one of the most powerful grand pharmacists of the Morance Empire. He was also a legendary figure in the Morance Empire. With potions he saved 2 legend wizards, killed 1 legend wizard, and killed 4 sacred swordsman rank powerhouses. His life was a legend, and he was one of the most legendary grand pharmacists of the Morance Empire. A somewhat short man who looked to be in his 20s, had a very young face, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. At a glance he looked very contradictory. With an indifferent expression, he slowly walked over with his hands behind his back. Beside the short man followed a tall, handsome, and burly middle-aged man with dazzling blonde hair and a domineering aura. His every movement seemed to carry a bloody aura. On the left-hand side of the middle-aged man stood a handsome young man with an ordinary build, short red hair, and slightly red eyes. The depths of the eyes seemed to contain endless mysteries. Behind the three of them were over a dozen guards. Each of the guards exuded the aura of an expert. When Porta saw the 3 people, his heart shook, and his complexion changed dramatically. He said with difficulty, "Andre." He recruited Grandmaster Canales. Even the god of war's divine descendants have sided with him? That middle-aged man who exuded an iron-blooded aura was the Crown Prince, Andre. The short man on his right-hand side was Grand Pharmacist Canales, and the young man on his left-hand side was Chapello, the first successor of the Barrios family, a divine descendant family left in the secular world by the god of war Barrios. The complexions of Garka's group of 3 people turned very unsightly. Generally speaking, divine descendants didn't participate in the struggle for imperial power of the Morance Empire. No matter who came to power, it was impossible to touch them without reason. However, nothing was absolute. There were also divine descendants who would participate in the struggle for imperial power for various reasons. Basically, people who got the support of divine descendants would rarely lose in the struggle for imperial power. Andre saw Garka's group of 4 at a glance. With his hands behind his back, he walked over. Along the way, the bigwigs of the Morance Empire couldn't help but take the initiative to part and make way for Andre, as if it was a matter of course. Chapter 273. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with admiration. As expected of the great Prince Andrei, you're really extraordinary. Garka and the other 3 princes were very outstanding, but compared to the great Prince Andrei, they were like chickens compared to phoenixes. But the more brilliant Andrei was, the more Yang Feng didn't want him to ascend to the throne. Otherwise, once he took control of the Morin's empire, it would become very difficult for Yang Feng to do anything. Andrei walked over to them. Big brother. When Porta's group of 4 saw the approaching Andrei, they were polite with traces of politeness and fear. Urian. Andrei ignored Porta's group of 4, walked up to Yang Feng, and asked indifferently with a domineering air. Yang Feng replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. I am Ian, your highness Andrei. Andrei's eyes flashed with regret, and he said indifferently, very well, what a pity. Canales took a step forward, his indifferent eyes blossomed with a scorching light, and he said bluntly in a matter-of-fact tone, I am Canales. Ian, take out all your potion formulas and give them to me. I don't care about what happened between you today. Yang Feng stared at Canales as if he was looking at an idiot and said indifferently, why should I give you potion formulas instead of you giving me your potion formulas? Canales was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes surged with endless anger and he said with a gloomy smile, Fool! Originally, I only wanted your potion formulas. But now, because of your stupidity, I plan to make you my slave. I want to challenge you with potions. The loser will become the slave of the winner, and everything will be at the mercy of the winner. Yang Feng asked in reply, why should I agree to your challenge? Canales said with a cold smile, this is a fair challenge between pharmacists, which you can't refuse. If you refuse, I'll have the Weave Holy Order expel you so that you won't be able to enter any of the temples of the Weave Goddess to pray. For a pious fanatic, not being able to enter the temple of their god to pray was the most severe punishment. As a grand pharmacist, Canales had been famous for decades. His connections and influence were by far beyond what Yang Feng could compare with. Yang Feng said with a grave expression, you're too vicious. Canales laughed wildly, haha, it's useless. Hand over the potion formula you have, or have a potion duel with me and become my slave. You only have these 2 choices. Yang Feng uttered calmly, it seems that I have no choice. Canales arrogantly threw a golden contract scroll in front of Yang Feng. This is the highest level contract scroll of the Temple of the God of Contracts. Sign it. Garka's face changed dramatically, and he grabbed Yang Feng's right hand and shouted, Ian, don't sign it. I can use my power to prevent you from being expelled by the Weave Church. Canales sneered arrogantly. When the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect was young, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death because of an accident. I saved his life with a potion, so he owes me a favor. Can your power compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect? Garka's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he fell silent. The headquarters of the Weave Divine Sect wasn't in the Morin's empire. As the 6th prince of the empire, Garka indeed had some influence in the Weave Divine Sect. However, he couldn't compare to the Pope of the Weave Divine Sect. Canales was very arrogant, but he had the capital to be arrogant. In the decades since he became a grand pharmacist, who knows how many powerhouses he had made friends with. In some specific fields, his words were much more useful than those of many princes of the Morin's empire. Yang Feng was silent for a while. He carefully looked at the golden magic contract for a while. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he struggled free from Garka's hand and signed his name on it. After signing their names on the golden magic contract, the golden magic contract immediately ignited, turned into 2 golden specks of light, and entered the foreheads of Yang Feng and Canales respectively. Canales glanced at the dais set up for the potion auction and revealed a smile, saying, the dais in the center of the auction is really good. It's just suitable for our duel. Yang Feng replied, all right. The 2 people quickly arrived at the dais. Canales said lightly, the rules of the potion duel are that each person drinks a vial of potion, and then thinks of a way to dispel the demonic nature of the potion. The one who can't help but concede defeat loses. Yang Feng nodded slightly and agreed with Canales. A duel between potion pharmacists wasn't carried out through magic, but by drinking the other party's potion, and dispelling the demonic nature of the other party's potion. In a duel between potion pharmacists, a vial of potion would often decide the victor. Yang Feng said with a sincere expression, "Grandmaster Canales, you're a famous grand pharmacist. In order to respect you, I'll concoct a vial of potion and let you drink it first." Canales said with a faint smile, "Respect the old and cherish the young, do you understand? If you want to respect me, then drink the potion I concocted first." In a duel between potion pharmacists, the one who drank the potion first would be at a complete disadvantage. Unless the gap in strength between the two parties was too great, the one who drank the other party's potion first would be at an absolute disadvantage. Yang Feng said with a smile, No. If I drink it first, then wouldn't it mean that I'm much stronger than you, Grandmaster? You should drink it first. Grandmaster, you're much stronger than me, so you can definitely dispel the demonic nature of my potion." Canales didn't budge an inch, saying, "I'm indeed stronger than you, but the one who drinks the potion first is you." Andre walked over, clenched his fist, extended it in front of Yang Feng, and said overbearingly, "There's 1 or 2 gold coins inside. Guess if it's 1 or 2 gold coins. If you guess correctly, Grandmaster Canales will drink first. If not, you will drink first." Yang Feng pondered for a moment and said, 2. Andre slowly spread open his hand, letting everyone see clearly that there was only 1 gold coin in his hand. Andre said lightly, "You drink first." Yang Feng said lightly, "Okay." Canales silently recited an incantation and waved his hand. Magic radiances flickered, and huge tables strangely appeared on the ground. The tables were filled with all kinds of strange medicinal materials. Canales' eyes flashed with a touch of fanaticism, and he said with an excited smile, "There are 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here. I know that you haven't prepared anything. Let's use the 3,000 kinds of medicinal materials here to refine a potion and have a good fight. Of course, if you want to add your own medicinal materials, that's not a problem." Canales was a fanatical apothecary. He studied potion all his life. His magic strength was only at the Archwizard rank, and he barely advanced to the Archwizard rank by relying on various precious potions. However, he was definitely one of the top 3 super grandmaster pharmacists of the Morance Empire when it came to potion pharmaceutics. In his heart he had his own pride. After he finished speaking, Canales no longer paid attention to Yang Feng. He stared at the medicinal materials attentively and carefully selected them one by one. In total, he selected 23 medicinal materials. In the venue, everyone's gazes were deeply attracted by Canales. A grandmaster pharmacist refining a potion on the spot was a rare sight. Many bigwigs in the audience had never seen a grandmaster pharmacist refine a potion in their lifetime. On the Feisua plane, potion pharmaceutics was one of the most mysterious subjects. Very few people could grasp it and be proficient in it. Yang Feng carefully looked at the 23 medicinal materials, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Among the 23 types of medicinal herbs, Yang Feng could recognize 19 of them, while the other 4 were extraordinary plants that weren't recorded in the information Yang Feng had collected. After Canales selected the 23 medicinal materials, he carefully put a humanoid potion that looked like a human into a glass beaker, silently recited an incantation, pointed with his finger, and conjured the level 1 spell Restoration Water. A blue restoration water suddenly appeared and intertwined with the humanoid potion. The humanoid potion stood upright and issued an ear-piercing scream. Everyone present heard the scream of the humanoid potion. Many ordinary people suddenly felt their chests tighten, a fishy taste in their throats, and a mouthful of blood flowed backward from their throats and overflowed from the corners of their mouths. Just as many people were panicking, a wizard standing behind Andre silently recited an incantation, pointed at the dais, and conjured a soundproofing spell, completely cutting off the screams of the humanoid potion on the dais. What a terrifying potion! What a terrifying potion! If you're not a wizard, you simply can't process such a potion. The eyes of the bigwigs in the audience flashed with palpitations. They took out handkerchiefs and wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. Canales didn't pay attention to the people below. After the humanoid potion was enveloped by the restoration water, he pointed with his finger, and a flame instantly enveloped the humanoid potion and the restoration water. Burned by the flame, the humanoid potion and the restoration water strangely ignited. After the flame was completely ignited, a layer of black oily liquid floated in the beaker. The layer of black oily liquid tumbled and from time to time condensed into human faces, striking fear into people's hearts. After processing the humanoid potion, Canales unleashed all kinds of unimaginable means and began to concoct other potions. Soon there were 23 different kinds of strange liquids in the 23 goblets. Chapter 274. Canales poured the 23 liquids into a magic beaker that had been strengthened by magic. The 23 kinds of liquids churned and suddenly condensed into a collection of human faces. Then it tumbled and turned into a snake freak with 46 human eyes. Then it tumbled again and condensed into a freak covered with countless sharp tentacles. Below, all the spectators were dumbfounded as they watched the magic beaker churn and form different monster potions. Every monster potion formed exuded a ferocious, ruthless, and frightening aura, as if it was a fiend that chose its prey. Canales pointed with his hand, and a flame enveloped the magic beaker. That bottle of potion immediately burned, and like a human, it let out a series of incomparably mournful screams. After a long time the flame disappeared, and a clear and transparent liquid exuding a peculiar fragrance appeared in the magic beaker. So fragrant! What potion is this? What a fragrant potion! It's really amazing! What potion is this? Why do I feel so comfortable after smelling it? As expected of Grandmaster Canales, he's really amazing. When the bigwigs smelled the peculiar fragrance, their spirits were roused and they revealed smiles. At the same time, they were convinced by Canales' wonderful means. The wizards who knew a little about pharmacology looked at Canales with adoration in their eyes. The processing methods of the 23 potions were unheard of by the wizards. Moreover, each of the 23 potions was extremely frightening. It was extremely difficult to fuse the medicinal properties of the 23 potions. Yang Feng stared at the bottle of transparent potion, and his eyes flashed with graveness. Canales stared at the potion in his hand, nodded with satisfaction and said faintly, "Bring it." A prisoner tightly bound from head to toe was dragged in by 2 guards. Andre said with a smile, "This is a prisoner who has committed a capital crime. Grandmaster, please try the potion." The eyes of the prisoner flickered with panic, not understanding why he was brought here. Canales pointed with his finger, and the prisoner, under the effect of a mysterious force, opened his mouth. A drop of transparent liquid flew out of the magic beaker and fell into the prisoner's mouth. The prisoner's body trembled, and his face twisted madly. Pustules suddenly appeared on his body, and he wanted to scream but he couldn't. Countless pustules burst open, and strange insects wriggled in his body. His entire body twisted inch by inch, and he didn't even look human. When the great figures below saw such a terrifying scene, all of them felt like vomiting. Some of them even vomited, while most of them immediately averted their gazes, not daring to look at such a terrifying scene. Canales turned around and sneered, "This is the potion I recovered from an ancient potion formula. The punishment of potion corruption. Even great demons would die if they drank this fallen punishment. Ian, do you admit defeat? Or do you want to drink this depravity punishment? Magic potion corruption punishment. Isn't that a magic potion that can even poison a demigod to death? And even poison a monster like the great demon to death. This magic potion is too scary." The complexions of the experienced powerhouses changed dramatically, and they cried out involuntarily. Great demons were monsters of the ancient demonic realm, or the underground abyss. They were extremely powerful, could contend with human legend-rank powerhouses, and had extremely high poison resistance. In the underground abyss, many places were filled with substances that were highly toxic to humans. Living in such an environment, the poison resistance of great demons could be imagined. Great demons could drink some poisons that could poison human demigods to death like water. The punishment of potion corruption was a poison that was terrifyingly lethal to great demons. During a democalypse before the Battle of the Gods, many great demons died tragically due to the punishment of potion corruption. Reportedly, in order to wipe out human potion pharmacists, the fiends launched an attack and eventually wiped them out. The punishment of potion corruption had been lost in the secular world. Canales actually recovered the punishment of potion corruption from an ancient potion formula. which was simply heaven-defying. Garka's complexion turned extremely pale, and his eyes flashed with a faint glint of despair. The fallen punishment potion could even poison demonic creatures like the great devils to death. It was even more impossible for a human demigod to resist such a cruel poison. Yang Feng couldn't resist such a ferocious potion either. The gazes of Porta and the other two princes were very complicated, but there was also a trace of joy mixed in between. After Yang Feng joined Garka's sphere of influence, Garka's power expanded rapidly. Porta and the other two princes naturally concealed a lot of dissatisfaction. Canales said with a haughty smile, "Surrender, Ian. I've only completed half of the antidote to the punishment of potion corruption. After you drink the potion, even if I save you in time, you'll still become a terrible monster. It's not too late to surrender." Gazes full of pity focused on Yang Feng, as if they were looking at a dead man. Garka struggled for a while, then opened his mouth slightly, and then fell silent. Compared to the outcome of Yang Feng becoming Canales' slave, he was more willing to see Yang Feng poisoned to death by the punishment of the potion corruption. Elena had an unbearable expression on her face. After hesitating for a while, she finally spoke and advised, "Ian, forget it, admit defeat." Porta and the other two princes remained silent. Under the attentive gazes, Yang Feng pondered for a while, then took out a vial of potion and drank it in one gulp. Canales sneered and spat out a word, "Fool." There was no medicine that could prevent the punishment of the potion corruption in advance. Only gods or demigod powerhouses with extremely high poison resistance might be able to resist its ferocious potion power. Yang Feng took a step forward, grabbed the potion depravity punishment, and poured it into his mouth in one breath. The moment the potion corruption punishment entered his mouth, countless liquid nanorobots quickly condensed, forming a channel that firmly wrapped around the potion and flowed towards his stomach. Hiss! Hiss! Along with hammering sounds, the potion corruption began to frantically corrode the channel formed by the liquid metal nanorobots. The magic potion corruption punishment could only be contained in a special magical metal beaker. Otherwise, even steel could be easily corroded. Yang Feng's complexion changed greatly. He instantly erupted with Star Knight rank chi, and Warlock rank life force inside him surged madly, nourishing the liquid metal nanorobots. Even so, the countless liquid metal nanorobots were still quickly corroded by the potion corruption. Yang Feng pulled out a sword, stabbed himself in the chest, pierced his throat, and cut off the esophagus wrapped in the potion corruption punishment. In a flash, frightening chi erupted. Along with a copious amount of blood, the esophagus was cut off along with the liquid metal nanorobots and the potion corruption. Propelled by the force of chi, the esophagus was scattered on the ground. Hiss! Hiss! Along with bangs, the liquid metal nanorobots were completely corroded by the potion corruption. At the same time, a huge bottomless pit emitting white smoke appeared on the ground. A copious amount of blood flowed out of Yang Feng's cut-open chest and scattered on the ground. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at Yang Feng. They couldn't believe that the potion corruption, which was known to be able to poison even demigods, was actually broken by Yang Feng in such a cruel and decisive way. Canales couldn't believe his eyes. He pointed at Yang Feng and said in a trembling voice, "How can this be? You, how can you do this?" When Andre saw this, his pupils constricted slightly, and his evaluation of Yang Feng rose by a few notches. What a ruthless guy. What a smart guy. If an ordinary person's chest was directly pierced and a section of their esophagus was cut off, they would definitely die. But now Yang Feng was still alive. Everyone guessed that Yang Feng's previous bottle of elixir should be a magic elixir to enhance his life force. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a stream of healing water suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Under the nourishment of the healing water, the wound on Yang Feng's chest began to heal slowly. Enduring the pain, Yang Feng revealed a weary smile and said, "Grandmaster Canales, it's my turn now." Canales creased his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slowly and said, "It's your turn." Yang Feng carefully looked at the medicinal ingredients, then walked over and carefully selected them one by one. He chose a total of 18 potions. Yang Feng took out a fist-sized, blood-like potion, put it in a magic beaker, and pointed with his finger. An acid formed from the spell acid sputtering entered the magic beaker. The fist-sized, blood-colored potion grew eyes and a mouth. Under the corrosion of the acid, it issued extremely miserable screams. Yang Feng pointed with his finger, and a flame fell into the magic beaker and turned into a ball of fire. The blood-colored potion screamed miserably as it burned. Finally, amidst the screams, it turned into a pool of black liquid that churned in the magic beaker. The blood demon fruit can actually be treated like this. It's really wonderful. What kind of medicinal effect will be extracted from it like this? Canales stared at Yang Feng with wide eyes and muttered. Although Canales was a grandmaster pharmacist, but he still couldn't fully grasp it. Chapter 275. Yang Feng used various magic methods to process the 18 potions and turned them into 18 cups of strange liquids. As if they had a life of their own, the liquids churned and issued strange sounds. Canales stared at the 18 cups of strange liquids, pondered hard, scratched his head and muttered, "What potion is this? Why haven't I heard of it?" Yang Feng poured the 18 cups of strange liquids into a magic beaker, and the 18 liquids churned at once. The 18 liquids instantly intertwined and formed a liquid dragon, which rose into the air and issued mournful dragon roars, as if it had a life of its own. Yang Feng pointed with his hand and silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, a flame erupted and enveloped the liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon suddenly burst into flames, and countless black gas dispersed from the demonic liquid dragon. The demonic liquid dragon was completely purified, turned into a pure transparent liquid, and fell into the magic beaker. How magical! So this is a grand pharmacist, how magical! So this is how potions are made. The eyes of the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire flickered with amazement, and they discussed excitedly. Many people thought that magic potions were made by grinding different magical plants, extraordinary plants, into powder and mixing them together, according to a certain ratio to form a magic potion. But now that they saw the potions refined by Canales and Yang Feng, they realized that it wasn't that simple to refine a potion. Yang Feng took the magic beaker, handed it to Canales and said with a faint smile, "This is the potion dragon corruption that I recovered from an ancient potion formula. Even if a dragon drinks it, it will degenerate and turn into a pile of dust. Grandmaster Canales, it's not too late to concede now." Dragon corruption. Isn't this a potion that has been lost since ancient times? The potion dragon corruption is a potion that can even poison dragons to death. Even the human demigod hero Cheyenne had his divinity corroded due to drinking the dragon corruption, and transformed into a mortal. In the end, he was poisoned to death. Shocked voices came out from the mouths of the magicians. All the magicians were shocked by the reappearance of the long-lost magic potion. Dragons were even more powerful than great demons, and their poison resistance was even higher. Every giant dragon possessed unparalleled strength and various terrifying resistances. There were very few things that could poison an adult giant dragon. Some magic potions could poison a human demigod to death, but they were completely useless against an adult giant dragon. The corruption of the giant dragon potion could poison a giant dragon to death. The intensity of the magic in the potion was probably even stronger than the punishment of the corruption of the giant dragon potion. Shocked gazes focused on Yang Feng. No one doubted Yang Feng's identity as a grand pharmacist. The reason why ancient magic potions were lost was not only because of the constant wars between the gods, but also because it was too difficult to refine. If one wasn't a master pharmacist, it would be impossible to process all kinds of magic herbs and extract the essence from them. For Yang Feng to be able to refine ancient elixirs, this was sufficient proof of his identity as a grand pharmacist. The fall of dragons. Good. Let's see if it can make me fall. Canales stared at the beaker in Yang Feng's hand, and his eyes flashed with a touch of excitement. He immediately took out a dozen vials of magic potions and poured them into his mouth in one breath. Once the dozen vials of magic potions entered his stomach, Canales' aura suddenly rose steadily. His body swelled by a size and became full of muscles. 2 dragon horns grew on his forehead. As if he had transformed into a dragonborn from the country of dragons, he was brimming with power. The physical constitution of a level 3 warlock is really amazing, worthy of being a grand pharmacist. Yang Feng carefully looked at Canales. In his right eye, countless data surged, quickly scanning and analyzing Kanala's physical condition. At a glance, he saw that after Kanala drank the dozen vials of elixirs, his life force was stimulated, and he climbed to the pinnacle level 3 warlock realm in one fell swoop. Of course, Kanala only used the power of the magic potions to possess a pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution for a short period of time. After the potion's effect passed, he would return to his original state. But until then, the pinnacle level 3 warlock's physical constitution could allow him to resist the erosion of many kinds of magic potions. Kanala grabbed the dragon's corruption. His right hand trembled slightly, and he stared at the dragon's corruption with both excitement and fear. Excitement because he could see a new ancient magic potion, and fear because the ancient magic potion could take his life at any time. Kanala grabbed the dragon's corruption, then suddenly looked up at Yangfeng and said, "Ian, I don't want to die. If I can't resist the dragon's corruption, then please save me. I still want to study more magic potions. Having a potion master as your slave should be very useful to you." The eyes of Andre and his party flashed with a gloomy glint. Garka, on the other hand, had a smile on his face, and his mouth was grinning from ear to ear. Porta and the other 2 princes were very calm, but their eyes flashed with a touch of complex emotions. The addition of a grand pharmacist to Garka's subordinates had already made Garka's reputation soar. If Kanala, a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, also joined Garka's subordinates, then Garka's power would be even greater. Kanala was a grand pharmacist who had been famous for decades, and even the Pope of the Weave Holy Order had received his kindness. Who knew how many powerhouses had owed him favors? Yangfeng said with a smile, "All right. If you can't resist the power of the magic potion, then extend your thumb and I'll save you." Kanala gave a gratified smile. Looking at the dragon's corruption, his eyes flickered with excitement and fear, and he swallowed the dragon's corruption. Once the dragon's corruption entered his stomach, Kanala quickly poured vials of magic potions that had been prepared beforehand into his mouth. In less than a second, Kanala's complexion changed dramatically, and he slumped to the ground. With a cry, he spat out a large amount of blood mixed with countless elixirs. He struggled painfully, and at the same time, he extended his thumb with difficulty. The dragon's corruption could even poison dragons to death. Even though Kanala was the most outstanding grand pharmacist of the Morance Empire, but he still couldn't resist such a terrifying magic potion. Yangfeng immediately stepped forward and poured a vial of the white magic potion into Kanala's mouth. After Kanala drank the vial of the white magic potion, his complexion recovered a little. He gritted his teeth and said faintly, "I concede." The moment Kanala conceded, the bigwigs of the Morance Empire revealed complex expressions. They had witnessed the fall of a legend and the birth of another legend. Andre took a step forward, and a domineering aura diffused from him. He stared at Yangfeng and said solemnly, "Erlian, I'm willing to use the Marquisdom of Giza in exchange for the freedom of Grandmaster Kanala. Please give him back his freedom." Marquisdom. As expected of His Highness the Great Prince. To use a hereditary Marquisdom in exchange for the freedom of Grandmaster Kanala. His Highness the Great Prince is really benevolent and righteous. The bigwigs of the Morance Empire praised sincerely, and at the same time were filled with envy. A hereditary marquisdom was something that many human sacred swordsmen couldn't obtain even after struggling for a lifetime. In order to become a hereditary baron, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius joined Yangfeng and worked for him. A hereditary marquis could even tempt some legendary mages. After Kanala drank a few vials of elixirs and recovered his vigor, he sighed slowly and said faintly, "Since I lost, then from today on I am Sir Ian's slave. Andre, you don't have to waste a marquisdom to plead for me." Yangfeng said with a smile, "That's right, Your Highness Andre. Although Grandmaster Kanala is my slave, but I won't treat him as a slave, but as my research partner, a partner in potions research." Kanala was a Grandmaster pharmacist. Just his ability to refine potions was enough to make Yangfeng look at him in a different light. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat a Grandmaster pharmacist like Kanala as a slave. Andre suddenly smiled and beckoned domineeringly. "Garka isn't a wise ruler. Ian, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join me, I can have the Hansen family no longer pursue the matter between you and the Hansen family. Besides, as long as you join me, and I can ascend to the throne in the future, I won't let anyone meddle in the affairs of the Red Earth wasteland. Garka's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He was well aware of the relationship between him and Andre. Andre now solicited Yang Feng in front of everyone and offered such generous conditions. Once Yang Feng accepted, Garka's force would suffer a huge blow. Yang Feng said with a smile, "I'm very sorry. I'm also very impressed by your demeanor, Your Highness. Unfortunately, I have already joined His Highness Garka, so I can only refuse your good intentions." If Yang Feng was an aboriginal of the Feisua Plain, he might have already chosen to join Andre. However, he came here from the Tsangji Plain in order to become a god in the starry sky. Joining Andre's subordinates wasn't in line with Yang Feng's interests. It's a pity. However, my door is always open to you. Please consider it carefully. Andre didn't get angry. Instead, his eyes flashed with appreciation, and he turned around and took his subordinates away. Chapter 276. Yang Feng looked at Andre's departing figure with a dignified glint in his eyes. He contemplated for a while, then clapped his hands, and two beautiful maids walked out from the side and helped Grandmaster Canales down the dais. He also followed them down the dais. A beautiful woman with a sexy figure and an open slit in a black evening dress, revealing a large area of her snow-white breasts and slender and beautiful thighs, walked to the center of the dais with a smile on her face. "Hello everyone, I am Kath, the auctioneer of this potion auction. In this potion auction, we will auction potions refined by Grandmaster Pharmacist Ian, that have all kinds of incredible and mystical powers. There are all kinds of potions here, and all your wishes can be fulfilled. Now let's officially begin." Kath's sexy and seductive voice reverberated in the area. With just a few words, she provoked everyone's desire to purchase the potions. A beautiful maid holding a transparent glass vial containing a purple potion slowly walked over to Kath's side. "This is the potion Memories of Youth. If you drink this vial of potion, you can restore your youth for 18 days. This potion was accidentally refined by Grandmaster Ian. There are only 3 vials, and there is only 1 vial in this auction." When they heard Kath's words, the breathing of the old and no longer beautiful noblewomen became rapid. They stared at the vial of potion Memories of Youth with wolf-like gazes in their eyes. If there were several vials of Memories of Youth, then the noblewomen could slowly compete over them and distribute them among themselves. But if there was only 1 vial, then they could only choose to fight for it. In the process, everyone was their enemy. The auction of the potion Memories of Youth will now officially begin. The base price is 1,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 100 gold coins. Begin. 1,100 gold coins. 1,300 gold coins. Kath's words had just fallen, when the eyes of the noblewomen turned bloodshot, and they frantically increased the price. The price of the potion Memories of Youth easily broke through the 3,000 gold coins mark and rushed all the way to the 4,000 gold coins mark. After breaking through the 5,000 gold coins mark, the increase in price began to slow down. An old lady with wrinkled skin and white hair shouted, 10,000 gold coins. Another old woman with thick makeup also shouted, 13,000 gold coins. 14,000 gold coins. Under the bidding of the wealthy ladies, the price of the Memories of Youth potion skyrocketed. In the end, the old woman who first offered 10,000 gold coins shouted out a sky-high price with bloodshot eyes, 30,000 gold coins. Hearing the sky-high price of 30,000 gold coins, the noblewomen finally calmed down and became silent. If it was a potion that could completely restore one's youth, it would definitely be worth more than 30,000 gold coins. However, to spend 30,000 gold coins to restore 18 days of youth, even those noblewomen would have to think twice. 30,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly and maintained a certain rhythm. 30,000 gold coins going twice, 30,000 gold coins going thrice, sold. Kath smiled sweetly and said, "Madam Pina, if you pay now and use this potion on the spot, I can waive 1,000 gold coins for you. Would you like to pay now and use this potion?" "Of course," Madam Pina said somewhat eagerly. She stepped forward, took out 3 checks for 10,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath. grabbed the potion in her hand, and poured it into her mouth. A cyan demonic light enveloped Madame Pina, and the countless wrinkles on her face slowly faded away, revealing an extremely charming and enchanting face. Her somewhat dry and thin body was also full of vitality, becoming moist and full of luster. The somewhat shriveled and drooping twin peaks also became plump and full, proudly standing upright. In just a dozen or so seconds, the old woman, who was still somewhat ugly despite wearing heavy makeup, had suddenly become a top beauty who was full of charm and luster, as if her body was enveloped in a layer of sparkling light. When Madame Pina was young, she was also a charming and peerless beauty in the imperial capital. Now that she had money, she cherished the memories of her youth even more, and at the same time longed to regain it even more. The old woman with wrinkled skin and white hair turned into a charming and peerless beauty at once, making the old women of Madame Pina's generation envious. Their somewhat turbid eyes were filled with jealousy, as if they wanted to swallow Madame Pina whole. Madame Pina immediately took out the shining bronze mirror that she always carried with her. She looked at the beautiful woman in the mirror, and then at her own hands that were full of youthful vigor. She was filled with excitement and emotion, and 2 streams of clear tears flowed from her eyes. Lady Pina smiled and took a check that Kath gave her, then walked in the direction she came from with a flirtatious look. An elegant middle-aged man in his 50s came to Madame Pina's side and praised with a smile, "Madame Pina, you are as beautiful as the legends say." Attracted by Madame Pina's beauty, one after another, middle-aged men surrounded her, complimenting and fawning over her, just like when she was young. The old women of Madame Pina's generation gnashed their teeth and stared at Pina with regret and jealousy in their eyes. Many of them could come up with more gold coins, but they felt that it wasn't worth spending so much gold coins for 18 days of youth. But after seeing Madame Pina, their hearts were filled with regret. When the bigwigs of the Morance Empire saw this scene, their hearts shook slightly. Once they missed out on the precious elixirs, they might miss out completely. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with appreciation, and he said with a smile, "Amazing, this auctioneer is pretty good." Kath's small action made the bigwigs of the Morance Empire feel competitive. It could be imagined that they would compete even more crazily for the remaining elixirs. Garka said with a smile, "Ian, if you like her, I'll give her to you." A trifling auctioneer was nothing in Garka's eyes. Even a beautiful auctioneer wasn't worth mentioning in Garka's eyes. Yang Feng said with a smile, "All right." With a few words, the fate of the beautiful auctioneer Kath was decided. This was the power of influence. Kath held a vial of blood-red elixir in her hands and said with a sweet smile, "The next item is the Potion Knight's Praise. This is a potion carefully formulated by Master Ian. After an ordinary person goes through a certain amount of night training, they can give birth to formidable chi inside them in one fell swoop. This vial of Knight's Praise can also help knights break through the bottleneck of the Sky Knight, Firmament Knight, and even Star Knight realms. This is definitely a tribute left by the mighty gods to knights in the secular world. The starting price of this Knight's Praise is 10,000 gold coins, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 gold coins. 30,000 gold coins." Kath's words had just fallen when Carl, the young master of the Salamander family, immediately shouted impatiently. The Potion Knight's Praise was a potion that he absolutely couldn't give up. 31,000 gold coins. After a moment of silence, the bigwigs began to exert their strength and quickly raised the price of the Potion Knight's Praise. The Potion Knight's Praise was definitely a potion that powerhouses who wholeheartedly pursued the pinnacle of martial Dao yearned to obtain. The Potion Knight's Praise might be able to bribe a Firmament Knight with a very high status. For these bigwigs, it was definitely a cost-effective deal. The price of the Potion Knight's Praise quickly broke through the 100,000 gold coins mark, and it continued to rise. Only when it reached 300,000 gold coins did it stop slightly, and the competition slowed down. After all, while the Potion Knight's Praise could guarantee the promotion to a Knight rank powerhouse, but it couldn't guarantee the promotion to a Star Knight. If it was a potion that could guarantee the promotion to a Star Knight rank powerhouse, then the price would definitely exceed several million gold coins. 400,000 gold coins. When the price of the Potion Knight's Praise reached 350,000 gold coins, Carl's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted a sky-high price, shocking everyone in one fell swoop. 400,000 gold coins going once. Kath looked around, paused for a moment, smiled sweetly, and maintained a certain rhythm. 400,000 gold coins going twice, 400,000 gold coins going thrice sold. Carl immediately strode forward, took out 4 cash checks with a face value of 100,000 gold coins, handed them to Kath, grabbed the bottle of Potion Knight's Praise, and drank it on the spot. An incomparably powerful life force immediately pervaded Carl's body and flowed in accordance with the meridians of his family's fighting chi. It broke through many powerful barriers and stimulated the vitality of his body. An incomparably powerful fighting chi directly gushed out of his body. The eyes of an extraordinary firmament knight shimmered gravely, and he said solemnly, "Great Knight. This is the chi cultivation base of a great knight." Great Knight Carl, the only heir of the salamander family, was born unable to cultivate chi, yet he has now become a great knight. What a powerful potion! Amazing, what an amazing potion! Worthy of being the product of a grandmaster pharmacist. Many envious and jealous gazes were focused on Carl. The fact that the only heir of the salamander family was unable to cultivate martial arts and magic had spread in the upper class. After seeing Carl's physical condition, all the martial arts experts determined that he could not become a knight-rank powerhouse. But today a bottle of potion solved everything. Chapter 277. Chi. That's chi. My chi. Carl opened his eyes and sensed the changes in his body. His eyes filled with excitement, he faced upwards and issued a roar, and 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes. Over the years, Carl was aware that although no one dared to say anything to his face, but many people secretly ridiculed him as a good-for-nothing. There were also many people in the salamander family who secretly wanted to replace him. Since the salamander family was founded on martial merit, the martial spirit in the family was extremely strong. As a successor who couldn't cultivate chi, he wasn't recognized by others at all. Now that Carl was promoted to a great knight and had opened up his meridians under the strengthening of the potions, his future path of cultivation would be smooth. He was no longer a good-for-nothing who couldn't practice cultivation. Full of confidence, Carl strode up to Yangfeng and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Ian, I am Carl, the successor of the salamander family. Thank you for your potions. I owe you a favor. If you need anything in the future, you can come to the salamander family to look for me." Yangfeng said with a smile, "Carl, I just took out the potions to sell. It's your ability to buy the potions, so you don't have to thank me." Carl laughed heartily and said, "Haha, good. Grandmaster Ian, can I be friends with you?" Yangfeng replied with a smile, "Of course." Carl's change was noticed by everyone. The bigwigs of the Morin's Empire became even crazier, fighting over the vials of potions sold by Yangfeng. The 100 vials of potions sold by Yangfeng were quickly snapped up, raising about 20 million gold coins for him. Garka was grinning from ear to ear. Of the 20 million gold coins, he could get at least 4 million gold coins. This huge sum of money was enough for him to recruit more experts and buy more weapons and equipment. Before the crazy potion convention came to an end, Yangfeng slowly walked onto the dais. Becky followed behind Yangfeng somewhat awkwardly. Below the dais, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire stared at Yangfeng with awe in their eyes. "Grandmaster Ian, a vial of potion could change a person's fate. Unless forced into a desperate situation, the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire wouldn't be willing to offend such a powerhouse." Yangfeng casually pointed at Becky next to him and said lightly, "I am Ian and I have an announcement to make. I have obtained His Majesty's permission to build a magic college in the St. Toulon city, a college specialized in training wizards. His Majesty will be the dean of that magic academy, and I will be the first vice dean. If anyone is interested, you can look for her to understand the situation." When they heard Yangfeng's words, the eyes of the bigwigs of the Morin's Empire turned bloodshot, and they stared at Becky with a scorching shade in their eyes. Becky felt a little scared when she saw the gazes of those big shots. On the Feisua plane, magic power was one of the strongest powers under gods. A magic legion commanded by a magic shooter could completely blast a dozen human sword sages into pieces. Human sacred swordsmen were strong in offense but weak in defense. The swords in their hands could slay great warlock rank experts, but once they were far away, then the level 1 spell fireball could hit them and seriously injure them. If a level 2 spell fire arrow hit them, they could be blasted to death. The only way for human sword saints to fight against wizards was to not let the wizard lock onto their position, and to kill the other party before the wizard could recite a spell. Of course, tyrannical human sword saints could also use the power of qi to slash a level 2 offensive spell to pieces. However, their resistance to curse spells was extremely low, and they couldn't avoid it. They could only use qi to strengthen themselves and resist it. Wizards were so powerful. Similarly, due to the weave and the ancient inheritance method of wizards, the number of wizards had always been very small. The Saint Toulon city was the capital of the Morince Empire, which was why wizards were so common. In some remote cities it would be very difficult to find a wizard. The status of an official wizard was also very high. In the Morince Empire, the status of an official wizard was comparable to that of an aristocrat, and they enjoyed many privileges enjoyed by aristocrats. This was also an opportunity for many commoners to stand out. Many greater aristocrats had multiple children, but only the first-in-line heir could inherit their title, territory, and most of their property. The rest of the children could generally only get a meager share of the property, and then fend for themselves. When the greater aristocrats heard that a magic college was about to be established, they keenly stared at the positions of the students in the magic college. Once a wizard emerged in their family, not only would it enhance the competitiveness of their family, but their children would also have a better future. After Yang Feng announced the news, he turned around and walked down the dais. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire surrounded Becky. A rather handsome middle-aged man with a mustache on the corners of his mouth came up to Becky and asked with a gentle expression, "Little Becky, why haven't you come to my house to play lately? Lisa misses you very much." Becky looked at the middle-aged man, and astonishment flashed past the abyss of her eyes. Uncle Edwin. In the past, Becky often went to Lisa's house to play. Every time she saw Edwin, she could feel the deep pride and faint disdain hidden behind his politeness. After growing up, Becky realized that Edwin didn't want his daughter to associate with a commoner's daughter. Even if it was a human sacred swordsman, as long as they didn't have a high position and held great power in the Morince Empire's imperial court, although the greater aristocrats respected them on the surface and wouldn't offend them, but deep down they didn't care about the sacred swordsman. Ordinary human sacred swordsmen wouldn't be invited to attend gatherings of the upper class. Now that Edwin took the initiative to approach Becky in a very humble manner, Becky couldn't help but have a slightly peculiar feeling inside her. One after another, bigwigs of the Morince Empire approached Becky, wanting to find out from her what kind of existence the magic college that Yang Feng was about to establish was. Surrounded by the bigwigs of the Morince Empire, Becky's vanity was greatly satisfied, and then she explained the situation that Yang Feng told her to the bigwigs of the Morince Empire. What happened at the potion auction quickly spread throughout the Saint Toulon city through various channels, causing a sensation in the entire city. Countless people were restless because of the upcoming establishment of the Magic College, and numerous bigwigs were eager to get an invitation letter to the Magic College through various channels. On the Feisua Plain, the inheritance of magic was very ancient. Apart from the systematic inheritance of the royal family's courtmasters, the rest of the wizards would travel around. The rest of the magicians would travel around and only take in young people who were suitable for magic cultivation, and suited their tastes as apprentices and nurture them. Some eccentric wizards would even study magic wholeheartedly, never considering accepting apprentices. Once such wizards died, their inheritance would be severed. Only after some lucky people obtained magic books or magic notes left behind by the wizards could a new apprentice wizard be born. Apart from some wizard families, even some greater aristocrats could only get their hands on some very ordinary magic books. It was very difficult to nurture a wizard systematically. Now that Yang Feng had opened the first college in the Saint Toulon city that specialized in nurturing wizards, it naturally caused a huge sensation. The greater aristocrats who doubted Yang Feng's strength only investigated his origin, and then no longer doubted his strength. As a court grand master, Yang Feng had 59 official wizards as his subordinates. These wizards could become the teachers of the Magic College. With the guidance of 59 official wizards, as long as one's aptitude wasn't too poor, one could become an apprentice wizard. The Saint Toulon city in a slum. In a small alley with flowing sewage, the smell of human and animal feces could be smelled everywhere. The ground was muddy and exuded a foul smell. A youth who was as skinny as a hemp stick, his limbs incomparably slender, his face yellow due to malnutrition, and his short hair messy like a bird's nest, cautiously stuck his head out from a dark corner. After looking left and right for a while, he carefully came to a small shabby house in front of the alley, pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the house there was a small thin girl with a yellow complexion and a pair of big bright eyes. She looked only 11 or 12 years old, but because of her beautiful eyes she looked a little cute. Big brother Arthur. When the little girl saw the short-haired boy, she greeted him. Arthur looked at his younger sister with a look of affection in his eyes. He carefully took out a fist-sized piece of black bread from his bosom and said lovingly, "Beth, eat." The little girl's eyes flashed with joy. After thinking for a while, she took out 2 shabby small bowls, poured water into them, and handed one bowl to Arthur. She said sensibly, "Big brother Arthur, let's eat together." Arthur swallowed a mouthful of saliva and moved his gaze away from the black bread with difficulty, saying, "I've already eaten. I've just eaten a piece of white bread thrown away by the aristocrats, so I'm not hungry yet." Rumble. A rumbling sound came from Arthur's stomach, which was very loud in the empty small house. Beth's eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She handed the bowl of water to Arthur, and her big bright eyes were filled with determination. Arthur no longer insisted. He took out a dagger, cut the black bread that was harder than wood in half, and handed the larger half to Beth. "Then we'll share it." Chapter 278. Beth took the piece of black bread, which was harder than wood, and soaked it in clean water for a while. After it softened, she picked up the piece of black bread and nibbled on it like a weasel. "Beth, I heard that the court Grand Master Ian will open a magic college in the St. Toulon city. As long as you are 10 years old or older, you can go to the magic college to study. If your magic aptitude is strong enough, you can waive the tuition fee and get a monthly subsidy of 3 silver coins to 1 gold coin. I've already taken the aptitude test, so I want to give it a try." Arthur slowly extended his hands. Except for his 10 fingers, the rest of his hands were covered with injuries. Whip marks and knife wounds were everywhere on his arms. As a thief who mingled at the bottom of society, Arthur struggled alone in the slums with his younger sister, so it was normal for him to get injured. In the Morantz Empire, once a thief was caught on the spot, it was very normal for them to be beaten. If they had poor eyesight and stole from an aristocrat, they might be beaten to death if they were discovered by the aristocrat. Arthur saw with his own eyes a thief who stole money from an aristocrat. After being caught by the aristocrat, the thief was beaten to death and thrown into a smelly ditch. No one dared to care about it. Arthur was once caught on the spot for stealing and was brutally tortured, which was why he was covered in injuries. Beth raised her head and looked at Arthur with a look of admiration, saying, "Big brother, you're the best. I believe you can become a wizard." Arthur's eyes flickered with an intelligent glint, and he said solemnly, "Let's go together. In this way, even if only one of us can join the magic college, our fate can be changed." Beth's eyes flashed with fear, and she whispered, "But big brother, isn't it dangerous outside? Not long ago Gina was taken away." In the slums, beautiful little girls were also very dangerous. Once they were discovered, the gangs would take action and capture those little girls. They would either be sold or become prostitutes, and their lives would be ruined. Arthur was careful because he didn't want people to know that he had a beautiful younger sister. That would be a great disaster for both of them. "Put on this set of clothes, let's go." Arthur threw a black robe that could completely cover a person's body to Baisha and said in a deep voice. Beth put on the black robe, which was obviously a lot longer, and was immediately covered by the black robe. The lower half of the robe directly dragged on the ground. Arthur opened the door and stuck his head out. After looking around for a while, he waved his hand and stepped out of the room. Beth walked out of the room and followed behind Arthur like a small tail. Arthur and Beth carefully shuttled through the streets and alleys of the slums, avoiding the eyes of all kinds of people. After crossing one street after another, Arthur took Beth to a place that was only one street away from leaving the slums. "Arthur, where do you want to go?" Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the side. A thin middle-aged man with a haggard face walked out from the side and blocked the path of Arthur and his sister. He looked down at Arthur and his sister and sneered. When Arthur saw the middle-aged man, his pupils constricted slightly and his eyes flashed with fear. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger appeared in his right hand. The middle-aged man's real name was Tim, and he was nicknamed Poison Dog in the slums. He was a member of the notorious Black Poker Gang, whose main business was human trafficking. Many young girls from the slums were captured by them and sold to the nobles, or directly sold to the brothels. Everyone in the slums hated Poison Dog and his gang, but they couldn't do anything about them. As long as the people in the Black Poker Gang didn't leave the slums and harass the civilians and aristocrats in the St. Toulon City, the Imperial Guard wouldn't be dispatched to wipe them out. With a gloomy expression, Arthur uttered word by word. Tim, I want to go out. Get out of the way. In the slums, you must learn to be tough and not let people see that you are timid. Otherwise, countless dogs will pounce on you and tear you to pieces. Tim smiled contemptuously. With a flick of his wrist, a dagger spun in his hand as if it had a life of its own, and then he grasped it in a reverse grip. Little bastard, you dare to play with a knife in front of me? How stupid. Don't you know that there are no more than 3 people here who can play with a knife better than me? Tim licked his lips in a perverted manner and said with an excited smile, the one next to you is your sister, Beth. Her good friend, Gina, confessed everything under my crotch yesterday. Beth's petite body trembled slightly and she bit her lip tightly. She didn't expect Gina, whom she regarded as a good friend, to betray her. Arthur's face twitched slightly, and he said loudly, Tim, we are going to the magic college built by Master Ian to study magic. Master Ian has ordered that no one is to stop us from going to the magic college to take the aptitude test. Do you want to be enemies with Master Ian? Tim's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment. Then his eyes flashed with determination and killing intent, and he said coldly, unfortunately, you're too slow. Originally, I only wanted to capture your sister, have some fun with her and then sell her. It seems that I can only kill you and your sister now. Otherwise, when you learn magic and come back to retaliate against me, won't I have no choice but to die? Besides, as long as I kill you now and throw you into a stinking ditch, who will know that you want to go to the magic college to study? You lowly commoner, you are truly courageous. You actually dare to disobey Lord Ian's orders. A contemptuous voice sounded from the side, and a middle-aged man wearing a black magician robe walked over, escorted by a knight covered in heavy armor. Behind the magician and the knight followed a burly middle-aged man, who was blind in one eye and wore a black eye patch, and had a gloomy expression. Behind the middle-aged man were more than a dozen burly men. When Tim saw the one-eyed man, his expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, Boss! The one-eyed man, who was blind in one eye, was the boss of the Black Poker Club in the slums, Cyclops. His fierce reputation could make anyone in the slums tremble. Cyclops' expression changed greatly, and he roared with some exasperation, Bastard, put down the dagger. With a flip of Tim's hand, the dagger disappeared. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, Band, what did I tell you? Did you ignore Master Ian's orders? Cyclops, with a fawning expression, nodded and bowed. My lord, this lowly one wouldn't dare. When I go back, I'll definitely teach him a good lesson. No. When I go back, I'll teach him a good lesson and let everyone know the consequences of disobeying my lord's orders. Arthur looked at the fawning appearance of Cyclops, and he simply couldn't believe his eyes. In front of everyone, Band had always been tyrannical and insufferably arrogant. But now, in front of the middle-aged magician, he was as meek as a dog. For the first time, Arthur truly realized the weight of the word magician. Teach him a good lesson? You lowly things, for disobeying my lord's orders, you can only atone for your crimes with death. The middle-aged magician smiled coldly and silently recited an incantation. Then he pointed at Tim. A fireball suddenly appeared, turned into a stream of light, and slammed into Tim. Ah! Tim issued miserable screams, and turned into a flaming man shrouded in flames. He struggled in pain, and then turned into a charred corpse that fell to the ground. When the gang members inside the Black Poker Card saw this scene, they felt sympathy for the death of a rabbit, and glared at the middle-aged magician. The arrogant middle-aged magician swept the gang members inside the Black Poker Cards with a contemptuous glance, and said coldly, Are you unconvinced? The knight guarding in front of the middle-aged magician instantly erupted with great knight-rank chi, intimidating the gang members inside the black poker cards. A grand knight-level powerhouse alone could completely kill all the gang members in the black poker cards. His face covered in sweat, Cyclops Band nodded and bowed. No, my lord did well done. The gang members inside the black poker cards lowered their heads, not daring to look the middle-aged magician in the eye. The middle-aged magician said indifferently, "If there is another incident where someone goes to the magic college to take the aptitude test is intercepted, then there will be no need for your black poker cards to exist. When my lord gets angry, you lowly things will become corpses in the gutter. Understood?" Cyclops Band nodded and bowed at once. Yes, I understand. No one will dare to disobey Grand Master Ian's orders. If anyone dares to disobey, I'll be the first to kill him. In the slums, gangs like the black poker cards are insufferably arrogant. But in the eyes of the real bigwigs, they are ant-like existences. So long as a greater aristocrat sends a few knight-rank powerhouses, they can wipe out gangs like the black poker cards. It's just that no one is willing to do so. Every year, these black poker cards would be secretly offered to some great nobles to obtain their protection. However, the black poker cards are also very clear that once those bigwigs really decide to move against them, their backers will never contend against other bigwigs for them. Chapter 279. Arthur arrived in front of the middle-aged wizard and thanked him respectfully. "Sir, my name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth. Thank you very much for your help." Beth bowed slightly, saluted the middle-aged wizard, and said respectfully, "Thank you, sir." The middle-aged wizard swept Arthur and Beth with a glance and said with a trace of lofty and vague disdain, "No need to thank me. I was just carrying out Sir Ian's orders. Let's go." The middle-aged wizard left behind a few words, then strode out of the slums with the knight-rank bodyguard. He didn't want to stay a minute longer in the filthy and stinky slums. Arthur also felt the disdain hidden in the middle-aged wizard's words. He understood at once that the middle-aged wizard was only carrying out Master Ian's orders, and didn't have any goodwill towards the siblings. Arthur was very clever. He followed the middle-aged wizard with his younger sister and quickly left the slums. The man with the black poker cards didn't dare to look for trouble with Arthur, and could only watch him leave the slums with his younger sister. As soon as Arthur left the slums with his younger sister, they headed west of the St. Toulon city. After crossing one street after another, a huge and luxurious college covering an area of more than 300 hectares appeared in front of Arthur and his younger sister. This huge college covering an area of more than 300 hectares was the magic college that Yangfeng spent a huge sum of money to build. The huge magic college had 4 gates. Numerous luxurious carriages gathered at the east gate, and many young men and women dressed in aristocratic attire formed circles of various sizes at the east gate. Arthur glanced at the east gate, then quickly turned around and took his younger sister to the north gate of the magic college. At the north gate of the magic college, numerous commoners and impoverished youngsters dressed in ordinary clothes lined up in a long line. All the youngsters came to the front gate of Yangfeng's magic college with the dream of changing their fate, eager to enter. As long as the children of aristocrats had money and were willing to donate a large sum of money, and their cultivation aptitude wasn't too bad, they would be directly recruited into the magic college. As for the commoners and impoverished youngsters, if their aptitude for magic cultivation was extraordinary, they would be exempted from tuition fees, and would be subsidized a certain amount of money every month to let them practice magic. The north gate of the magic college was a door of hope for commoners and impoverished youngsters to come into contact with the world of magic. Every time the north gate of the magic academy opened, 200 to 300 commoners and impoverished youths would rush in. Not long after, those commoners and impoverished youths would walk out, and most of them had disappointed looks on their faces. Every time they came out, only 1 or 2 youngsters would have an excited look on their faces, wishing that they could let everyone know that they had passed. More often than not, the youngsters would have gloomy looks on their faces after coming out. The huge crowd quickly decreased, but at the same time the number of youngsters also increased. Slowly, many youngsters appeared behind Arthur and his younger sister. A few hours later, it was finally Arthur and his younger sister's turn. They followed the 200 youngsters into the north gate of the magic college and entered a spacious room engraved with countless mysterious magic runes. Inside the room sat a middle-aged magician with a rigid appearance. He snapped his fingers, and the entire room instantly became dark and devoid of light. Seeing that the room had become dark and without light, the youths all panicked and started to make a ruckus. Arthur stood in front of Beth and pulled out his dagger, a vigilant look on his face. The middle-aged wizard barked majestically, "Keep quiet and don't talk. Otherwise, get out at once." When they heard the words of the middle-aged wizard, the youngsters quietened down. This was an opportunity to change their fate, so they couldn't let it go. The middle-aged wizard silently recited an incantation and pointed with his finger, and a magic radiance lit up in a magic crystal ball in front of him. In the room, magic runes lit up, and strange magic fluctuations enveloped the youngsters in the room. Light of different degrees rose from the youngsters. Most of the youngsters were very dim, while the light emitted from Arthur and Beth was like a small and a big sun, suppressing the light emitted from the other youngsters. Geniuses. 2 geniuses, great, I actually found 2 geniuses. The middle-aged mage was filled with excitement as he looked at the 2 dazzling suns, one small and one large. His voice was trembling as he spoke. "I must report this to Sir." The middle-aged wizard took out a communications crystal and poured a tremendous amount of spirit force into it. Yang Feng's indifferent yet majestic voice came from the magic crystal. "What's the matter, Fitz?" Fitz said respectfully, "Sir Dean, I found 2 geniuses, no 2 peerless geniuses. They should be youngsters of commoner or slum background." "Peerless geniuses? Interesting, I'm coming." Yang Feng's voice disappeared from the magic crystal. Not long after, a white light shone, and the whole room was suddenly enveloped in endless light. The gazes of the youngsters were attracted by the light source, and they saw Yang Feng, shrouded in a sacred radiance and full of majesty, walk out of the light like a god walking in the secular world. As soon as Yang Feng walked out, he saw the 2 children, Arthur and Beth, exuding a small and a big sun-like radiance. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. "I really picked up a treasure." Judging from the magic radiance exuded by Arthur and Beth, Arthur had a superior level 6 soul aptitude, while Beth, the little girl, had an intermediate level 7 soul aptitude. They were both geniuses on the warlock path and on the magic path. Warlock cultivation was very similar to magic cultivation, except that warlock secret methods cultivated both physical constitution and spirit force at the same time. Compared to the Feisua Plains meditation methods that specialized in spirit force, warlock secret methods were more than a notch stronger. As long as these 2 geniuses were carefully polished, they would blossom with resplendent light. "I am Ian, the dean of this magic college. What are your names?" Yang Feng walked towards Arthur and Beth. Along the way, the youngsters in front of him were slowly pushed aside by a gentle force, making way for him to reach in front of Arthur and Beth. Arthur looked up at Yang Feng and said loudly with excitement, "My name is Arthur, and this is my younger sister, Beth." Yang Feng said with a gentle smile, "Arthur, Beth, I want to take you in as my disciples. Are you willing?" Filled with excitement, Arthur smartly pulled his younger sister to prostrate on the ground and said respectfully, "We are willing, we are very willing. Sir Dean, please accept us as your disciples." In a magic college, any wizard could scold the number 1 big shot of the slums, the one-eyed dragon Band, like a dog. Band didn't dare to let out a fart. For such a bigwig like the dean of a magic college to personally accept disciples, Arthur was well aware of what it meant. At the same time, he didn't dare to be arrogant, for fear of missing this opportunity. Yang Feng said with a satisfied smile, "Get up." A gentle force shrouded Arthur and Beth, allowing them to stand up. Gazes of envy and jealousy came from the side. Arthur could clearly feel the envy and jealousy of the youngsters around him. Even the middle-aged mage had a look of envy in his eyes. He knew that Arthur's fate would change drastically from now on. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a white light shrouded him and Arthur and his younger sister. With a flash of light, the 3 of them disappeared from the room. The middle-aged wizard's gaze fell on the youngsters in the room and he said indifferently, "You are all unqualified and don't qualify for scholarships. Go back." Even if aristocratic youngsters had poor aptitude, but after paying a huge sum of money, They were still eligible to enter Yangfeng's magic college to study magic. As for commoner and slum youngsters, only geniuses could enter the magic college to study magic knowledge. Yang Feng couldn't change this aristocratic supremacy custom, nor did he want to change it. After all, to maintain the operation of a magic college, a lot of money was needed. Without the huge sum of money from aristocratic youngsters, the magic college wouldn't be able to operate. After all, the magic college didn't have the financial support of the Morin's empire. The youngsters in the room could only leave the room with a look of disappointment on their faces. In another luxuriously decorated room, there was a flash of light, and Yang Feng appeared with Arthur and his younger sister. Dressed in a Saiyan warrior's attire, looking very capable and refreshing, Becky came up to Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Sir." These days Becky had been working for Yang Feng. She had slowly shed her young miss temperament, become very capable, and become a qualified secretary. Yang Feng said lightly, "Becky, the two of them are my disciples henceforth. Take them away and let them learn the rules." Becky looked at Arthur and Beth with some envy, and then said respectfully to Yang Feng, "Yes, sir." There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Becky looked at Yang Feng's disappearing back with a look of longing in her eyes. She turned around and said full of dignity, "My name is Becky. You can call me Big Sister Becky. Now come with me, I'll teach you the rules here." Arthur said very cleverly, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Beth followed suit and said, "Yes, Big Sister Becky." Chapter 280. The Magic College had yet to officially open, but Yang Feng had already found more than 30 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the commoners and slum youngsters, and 8 youngsters with inferior level 6 soul aptitudes among the lesser aristocrats and ordinary aristocrats. There were also about 500 youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes. Among them, the youngsters with superior level 5 soul aptitudes who agreed to join the Miracle City were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. The other youngsters had to pay a huge tuition fee in order to be eligible for admission. Yang Feng's first enrollment was scheduled to be more than 1,300 youngsters. About 1,000 youngsters paid gold coins to enroll. Another 300 youngsters were exempted from all tuition fees and received a monthly stipend. Of course, after they finished their studies, they would become exclusive wizards of the Miracle City. Yang Feng opened the Magic College in order to nurture a large number of wizards for the Miracle City. The aristocratic youngsters who paid the tuition fees were enrolled on one hand to give greater aristocrats face, and on the other hand to realize a virtuous cycle of the Magic College. Magic cultivation required the consumption of a large number of precious materials. Without enough money, it was impossible to study magic. Many wizards sought refuge with greater aristocrats or the imperial court in order to get enough money to study and research magic. There were relatively few wandering wizards on the Feisua plain. Besides, the cultivation base and knowledge of wandering wizards were generally much weaker than those of wizards who sought refuge with major forces. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 months passed. After staying in the St. Toulon city for a month, the great Prince André returned to the Southern Army. After all, he was the commander-in-chief of an army, so he couldn't easily leave the barracks. The magnificent Magic College was finally completed under the watchful eyes of the forces of the St. Toulon city. With the completion of the Magic College, the funds raised from the potions auctioned by Yang Feng at the potion convention were almost completely depleted, leaving less than 1 million gold coins. On the day of the unveiling ceremony of the Magic College, countless bigwigs gathered in the St. Toulon city from all directions to participate in the unveiling ceremony, in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. The Magic College was the first magic college in the Morin's Empire that specialized in nurturing wizards. It provided education regardless of background. As long as one had money and aristocratic status, no matter how poor their aptitude was, they could enroll in the Magic College after donating a large sum of money. Many nobles and wealthy merchants flocked to such an academy. After all, in the past, if the children of greater aristocrats didn't have magic talent, wizards wouldn't recruit them as disciples, let alone teach them magic knowledge. The children of magnates, on the other hand, didn't even have access to magic. Now that the Magic Academy was built, Even the poor had the opportunity to enter and study. Naturally, it attracted the attention of countless wealthy merchants. Countless aristocrats and magnates came from all directions of the Morin's Empire in order to establish a relationship with Yang Feng. In the future, their children could become the second batch of students of the Magic College and learn magic knowledge. Dressed in a black wizard robe, Yang Feng was followed by Barros and 4 great wizards. Yang Feng chose his subordinates, the 13th Magic Brigade's wizards, to be the teachers of this magic college. Sir, use wizards you. Wizard Magic College U13, I said. Wizards 2 Wizards 710 Master. The Great Wizards 1 at S2 Wizards 111122111 and 612999112 and 11. The 4 Great Wizards looked at Yang Feng's back with admiration in their eyes. The first magic college of the Morin's Empire was about to be established, and Yang Feng was the first vice dean of the magic college. Together with Yang Feng, they, Yang Feng's subordinates, would go down in the annals of history and be admired by countless people. The establishment of a magic college not only required a huge number of teachers, but also a huge amount of money and connections. For Yang Feng to be able to establish the magic college alone in a place like the St. Toulon city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was simply heaven-defying. Once the magic college began to operate, the wizards who graduated from it would be Yang Feng's students, and it would form a formidable force in the Morin's Empire. His Highness Garca is here. Following a sonorous voice, Garca and Yulina, surrounded by a dozen guards, walked towards Yang Feng. Goina, on the other hand, was like a shadow, silently guarding behind Garca. With a refreshing smile on his face, Garca opened a box and handed it to Yang Feng. Ian, congratulations on building this magic college. This is my congratulatory gift to you. Yang Feng looked at the box. His eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he said solemnly, Your Highness, this gift is really too valuable. Inside the box were impressively 2 cash checks with a face value of 1 million gold coins. For the current Yang Feng, these 2 million gold coins were indeed timely rain, but at the same time it was also a heavy gift that couldn't be any heavier. Garca said with a smile, Take it. There's no need to differentiate between us. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he put away the 2 million gold coins checks with a smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. When Garca saw Yang Feng accept the 2 million gold coins checks, his smile became even happier. Once Yang Feng officially became the dean of the Magic College, his status in the Morin's Empire would continue to rise in the future. Garca naturally had to do his best to win over such a bigwig with a lofty status who belonged to his camp. 2 million gold coins, Garca, you're really generous. Along with a faint chuckle, Porta and the other 2 princes walked over. Garca looked at Porta and the other 2 princes and frowned slightly. With the continuous growth of Yang Feng's power, Garca's power rose along with it, and he gained the support of a large number of forces. Among the small groups resisting the great Prince André, Porta was already the most powerful. Under the pressure from Garca, Porta and the other 2 princes came together and joined forces. Porta's eyes flashed with a complicated glint. Then he smiled and handed 3 boxes to Yang Feng. Master Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is our gift to you. Thank you. Yang Feng smiled, took the 3 boxes, and then handed them to Becky standing beside him. S2 Wizards 111122111 and 612999112 and 11. The 4 Great Wizards looked at Yang Feng's back with admiration in their eyes. The first magic college of the Morin's Empire was about to be established, and Yang Feng was the first vice dean of the Magic College. Together with Yang Feng, they, Yang Feng's subordinates, would go down in the annals of history and be admired by countless people. The establishment of a magic college not only required a huge number of teachers, but also a huge amount of money and connections. For Yang Feng to be able to establish the magic college alone in a place like the St. Toulon city, where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, was simply heaven-defying. Once the magic college began to operate, the wizards who graduated from it would be Yang Feng's students, and it would form a formidable force in the Morin's Empire. His Highness Garca is here. Following a sonorous voice, Garca and Yulina, surrounded by a dozen guards, walked towards Yang Feng. Goina, on the other hand, was like a shadow, silently guarding behind Garca. With a refreshing smile on his face, Garca opened a box and handed it to Yang Feng. Ian, congratulations on building this magic college. This is my congratulatory gift to you. Yang Feng looked at the box. His eyes flashed with a dignified glint, and he said solemnly, Your Highness, this gift is really too valuable. Inside the box were impressively 2 cash checks with a face value of 1 million gold coins. For the current Yang Feng, these 2 million gold coins were indeed timely rain. But at the same time it was also a heavy gift that couldn't be any heavier. Garka said with a smile, Take it. There's no need to differentiate between us. Yang Feng's thoughts stirred, and he put away the 2 million gold coins checks with a smile. Thank you very much, Your Highness. When Garka saw Yang Feng accept the 2 million gold coins checks, his smile became even happier. Once Yang Feng officially became the dean of the Magic College, his status in the Morince Empire would continue to rise in the future. Garka naturally had to do his best to win over such a bigwig with a lofty status who belonged to his camp. 2 million gold coins, Garka, you're really generous. Along with a faint chuckle, Porta and the other 2 princes walked over. Garka looked at Porta and the other 2 princes and frowned slightly. With the continuous growth of Yang Feng's power, Garka's power rose along with it, and he gained the support of a large number of forces. Among the small groups resisting the great Prince Andrei, Porta was already the most powerful. Under the pressure from Garka, Porta and the other 2 princes came together and joined forces. Porta's eyes flashed with a complicated glint. Then he smiled and handed 3 boxes to Yang Feng. Master Ian, congratulations on establishing the Magic College. This is our gift to you. Thank you. Yang Feng smiled, took the 3 boxes, and then handed them to Becky standing beside him. Chapter 281. When he heard that, Morince 2867's face sank at once. Ever since he ascended the throne, fewer and fewer people dared to contradict him. In the last 20 years no one dared to contradict him. Now that Elena dared to contradict him, he felt very unhappy, and his eyes flashed gloomily. Kirill smiled faintly. Staring at Elena, he revealed a seemingly gentle, yet threatening smile and said, Your Highness, in the Morince Empire, everything belongs to His Majesty the Emperor. This magic academy was also permitted by His Majesty the Emperor, and under the great will of His Majesty the Emperor, it appeared in this world through Ian's hands. His Majesty's will is above all else, understand? When Elena saw Carol's smile, her pretty face changed, and fear welled up inside her. She took a few steps back and fell silent. Morince 2867 was licentious and lecherous. In addition to the 2 empresses and 4 concubines, he had many women and gave birth to many descendants. Some beautiful princesses who were doted on by Morince 2867 would suddenly disappear. Yet Morince 2867 didn't ask about the disappearance of the princesses. When she thought of this, Elena shuddered. A look of ridicule in his eyes. Morince 2867 stared at Yang Feng and sneered. Ian, what are you thinking? Do you want to go against my will? Gazes full of pity, schadenfreude, curiosity, ridicule, and other emotions focused on Yang Feng. Yang Feng said with a smile, Your Majesty, no one in the secular world dares to go against your will, and I am no exception. However, according to the rules of the magic world, only the strongest can become the ruler of a magic institution like the Magic College. Your Majesty, you are wise and valiant, an emperor appointed by the gods of ambition. It is only right and proper for you to assume the position of Dean of the Magic College. As for Master Kirill, if you want to become the first Deputy Dean of the Magic College, you must defeat me to convince the masses. Your Majesty, please allow me and Master Kirill to compete for the position of Deputy Dean of the Magic College in a fair fight. Morince 2867 contemplated for a while, then looked at Kirill and asked faintly, Kirill, what do you think? Kirill swept Yang Feng with a glance. His eyes flashed with contempt, and he sneered. Since Master Ian challenged me, then how can I refuse? I'll give Master Ian some pointers and let him understand the rules of the magic world. Morince 2867 laughed heartily and said, Haha, good. Kirill, teach Ian a good lesson and let him understand the rules of the magic world. Yang Feng said lightly, Master Kirill, a magic arena has been built in the college. Please follow me. Kirill walked up to Yang Feng and secretly transmitted his voice. Ian, Empress Susanna asked me to bring you a message. Taking away the magic college you spent 19,873,452 gold coins to build is just the beginning. If you continue to follow other idiots, everything you have will be taken away from you. Yang Feng's eyes narrowed slightly and he smiled faintly, his heart full of vigilance. The struggles in the court were extremely tragic, strange and complicated. Since the legend wizard Kirill transmitted his voice, but he might not be a person of the Empress's. It was also possible that he was a pawn arranged by the other princes to drive a wedge between Yangfeng and the great Prince Andrei. The Morin's Empire was one of the two most powerful human empires on the Feisua plain, and it had many experts. In such a huge empire, legend-rank powerhouses were not the lackeys of the aristocrats. Although legend wizards had a lofty status, but once they were involved in the war for the throne, they would be reduced to pawns. Generally speaking, legend wizards would not get involved in the cruel war for the throne, as long as they didn't get involved in such a terrifying whirlpool. No matter who ascended the throne, they wouldn't dare to make things difficult for them. However, every time there would be legend wizards who would get involved in such a cruel whirlpool for various reasons. Yangfeng knew that on the surface, the great Prince Andrei had gained the allegiance of two legend wizards. If Kirill was added, then Andrei would gain the allegiance of 3 legend wizards. This was a very frightening force. The bigwigs from all over the Morin's Empire became excited and rushed towards the magic arena. A showdown between a legend wizard and an archwizard was a very rare event. The surroundings of the newly built magic arena were quickly filled with people. On a suspended dais of the magic arena, Morin's 2867th was sitting, surrounded by 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights forming a luxurious guard. Garka and the other princes and princesses could only sit in the VIP seats next to the dais. Standing in front of Yangfeng, Kirill said contemptuously, "As an archwizard, you dare to challenge a legend. I really admire your courage. Unfortunately, the reason why legends are legends is that ordinary people can't cross this boundary. You're really stupid." Standing quietly in place, countless streams of data quickly surged in Yangfeng's pupils, and he issued orders silently. A lot of information poured into his sea of knowledge from the streams of data. Carol's words were completely ignored by Yangfeng. "Big Sister Becky, why would teacher duel a legend wizard? Isn't that too dangerous?" In a corner of the magic arena, Arthur looked at Yangfeng standing in the middle of the magic arena with a worried expression and asked Becky. After learning for the past few days, Arthur had learned how powerful legendary mages were. In the world of magic, legend wizards were already at the apex of humanity. One step higher, and that was the domain of gods. Becky stared at Yangfeng in the magic arena with a somewhat complicated look in her eyes, and sighed slightly. "In order to protect our homeland and our college, your teacher would risk his life to duel with the legend wizard Kirill." Baros and the other teachers of the magic college also looked worriedly at Yangfeng in the magic arena. A worried expression on his face, a great wizard asked in a low voice, "Sir Baros, is there any hope for Master Ian to defeat Master Kirill?" Baros' eyes flashed with worry, and he shook his head and sighed. "It's very difficult. Very difficult. In history, there were only some peerless geniuses who obtained divine armaments, or geniuses who received the blessings of the gods at birth, might be able to defeat a legend wizard with the cultivation base of an archwizard. Although Sir is extremely powerful, but there's still a huge gap between him and a legend wizard. As long as the legend wizard casts a level for offensive spell, then Sir is very likely to be defeated. Legend wizards could cast level for offensive spells, which were extremely powerful. If it was a level for single target offensive spell, then any level 3 defensive spell would be smashed to pieces. However, it was very difficult for a level 3 wizard to destroy a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. At least a dozen level 3 spells would be needed to break through a level 4 magic shield of a legend wizard. In addition, the casting speed, understanding of spells, the power of spells, and so on of legend wizards were superior to that of archwizards. A magic shooter commanding a magic legion might even be able to contend with a legendary mage. But for a magic shooter to duel with a legendary mage, there was absolutely no chance of victory, no chance of survival. Unless he encountered a wandering legend wizard with a poor inheritance, Yangfeng had a slim chance of defeating the other party. Caril, on the other hand, was a court wizard with a perfect inheritance and extremely rich combat experience. His fighting strength wasn't something that wandering legend wizards could compare to. When Caril saw that Yang Feng ignored him, his eyes flashed with anger. He glanced at the referee and said indifferently, "Why haven't you started yet?" The referee's mind shook when he was glanced at by Caril. He immediately took a few steps back and said loudly, "Start the duel." The referee's words had just fallen when Yang Feng, who had his head lowered, suddenly raised his head. His eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he erupted with Star Knight rank chi in a flash. He reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure greatsword forged entirely from divine blood steel slashed at Caril with the force of thunder. The area within 10 meters was the domain of a sacred swordsman. If a sacred swordsman came within 10 meters of them, even a legend wizard would be slain before they could finish casting their spell. The distance between Yang Feng and Caril was just 10 meters. His sword strike already had 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman's sword. It was as fast as thunder and unstoppable. When everyone saw Yang Feng's sword strike, their eyes flashed with shock. The eyes of the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius flashed with shock, and bitterness welled up inside him. Amazing, that sword strike of his is really amazing. As long as he practices diligently, it won't be difficult for him to step into the sacred swordsman realm in the future. In order to become a sacred swordsman, Cassius had gone through who knows how much hard work and never stopped practicing swordsmanship for a day. Yet Yang Feng, who practiced swordsmanship and magic at the same time, was still able to achieve such achievements. It was simply appalling. Only heroes of myths and legends could have such terrifying achievements. Barrow's complexion paled slightly, and his eyes flashed with fear. What a terrifying sword strike. If he had used this sword strike on me at that time, I would already be a dead man. Almost without thinking, Caril uttered a magic sentence. In a flash, the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force field erupted and enveloped him. Chapter 282. When Yang Feng's sword slashed at the level 3 spell Advanced Warping Force field, he felt a strange warping force shroud his sword, causing it to shake and almost fly out of his hand. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an ominous glint, and he erupted with the innate spell Dragon Force in a flash. As if the embodiment of a humanoid dragon, his sword forcibly cut through the warping force field and mercilessly slashed at Caril. At this moment, Caril opened his mouth and uttered the second magic sentence. The magic sword in Yang Feng's hand slashed down and instantly sliced Caril in two, yet there was only emptiness, no feeling of any force being exerted. Barrow's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Afterimage! Blink!" With a flash of light, Caril appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng. The level for spell Blink was the level for spell with the fastest casting speed among legend wizards, as well as the nightmare of all legend wizards. With the level 4 spell Blink, legend wizards could teleport to any place within 100 meters of their line of sight. If sacred swordsmen, assassins, rangers, and other legend rank experts of the various professions couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then they wouldn't stand a chance against a legend wizard proficient in Blink. Carol's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he sneered, "Ian, you really scared me to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately, you're not a sacred swordsman after all. You're still a bit short. If you were a bit faster, then maybe I would have died by your sword." Yang Feng's sword strike contained 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman, but it was only 60% of the charm of a sacred swordsman after all. In a war between a sacred swordsman and a legend wizard, the only hope for victory lay in the first strike. If a sacred swordsman couldn't insta-kill a legend wizard, then only death would await them. Although Yang Feng's sword strike was extremely fast, but compared to the indestructible sword strike of a sacred swordsman that could even split a demigod, it was still a notch inferior. The difference of a notch was like the difference between heaven and earth. Yang Feng suddenly erupted with frightening chi, tapped his feet, and rushed towards Caril lightning fast. Carol's eyes were cold as he spat out a magic sentence, instantly casting the level 3 spell, Splitting Headache. A magic radiance flickered. Yang Feng suddenly felt a splitting headache and his eyes became dizzy. If it wasn't for his terrifying level 3 extraordinary life form physique, then he would have already fallen to the ground, unable to budge. With great difficulty, Yang Feng spat out a magic sentence and cast the level 2 spell Mind Resistance in a flash. A magic radiance flickered inside him and stopped his headache. Taking advantage of that split second, Karil uttered 3 magic sentences in succession, pointed at Yang Feng, and cast the level 4 spell Advanced Disintegrate. A green magic radiance shot out of Karil's hand towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face fell. With a wave of his hand, the secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel flew out and collided with the green light of Advanced Disintegration. Under the illumination of the green magic light, the secret treasure sword forged entirely from divine blood steel collapsed inch by inch, turning into green dust that drifted down with the wind. The secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel was indestructible and extremely hard, yet it still couldn't withstand the power of magic. This was the power of magic. If the Advanced Disintegrate hit the body, then even a demigod-rank powerhouse would be seriously injured. Yang Feng reached out with his hand, and a secret treasure sword forged from divine blood steel suddenly appeared and mercilessly slashed at Karil. "It's no use, you can't even touch the corner of my clothes," Karil sneered. A magic light enveloped his body, and he instantly disappeared from where he stood. Yang Feng's all-out sword strike hit empty air. Karil appeared 100 meters away from Yang Feng, uttered 2 magic sentences, and a tremendous amount of fire elemental particles frantically converged and formed 2 long fire snakes that swept towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence, and a firestorm instantly enveloped him. When the 2 fire snakes slammed into the firestorm barrier, they neutralized it. A cold look in his eyes, Karil quickly uttered a series of magic sentences and conjured the level 4 spell Water Dragon. In a flash, a tremendous amount of water elemental particles gathered around him and formed a 30-meter-long water dragon, which rushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying might. The berserk water dragon bit down and instantly swallowed the storm of fire around Yang Feng. At the same time, it swallowed Yang Feng in one gulp. In the belly of the water dragon, countless streams of water formed drill-like whirlpools that mercilessly stabbed Yang Feng. Yang Feng's tyrannical fleshly body, which was comparable to that of a level 3 extraordinary life form, was torn apart inch by the drill-like whirlpools, and copious amounts of blood dyed the terrifying water dragon red. Barros' eyes flashed with regret, and he gave a long sigh. What a pity! Once the level 4 spell water dragon bit an enemy, even a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse would be easily torn to pieces. Apart from wizards, very few people could escape from the level 4 spell water dragon. Cassius' eyes flashed with a complicated glint. He clenched the sword in his hand, and then put it down. He could sense that the 4 sacred swordsmen guarding Morin's 2867th on the dais were eyeing him covetously. Once he did something irrational, a shocking blow would be waiting for him. Sacred swordsman rank powerhouses were strong in offense and weak in defense. When 4 sacred swordsmen besieged a sacred swordsman, the outcome would be decided by 1 or 2 sword strikes. Cassius had no chance of winning. Garca's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it!" Elena's face was pale as she looked at Yang Feng struggling inside the water dragon, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of worry. Becky also looked at Yang Feng struggling in pain within the water dragon. She clenched her fists and bit her lips, causing them to bleed. Sitting on a dais, Morin's 2867th looked at Yang Feng, who was struggling in pain inside the water dragon, and his eyes flashed with ridicule. At this time he had completely forgotten the great sense of accomplishment Yang Feng brought him when he chose to join the Morin's empire. On the other hand, Porta and the other 2 princes revealed a delighted smile. Suddenly, an azure water curtain rose inside the berserk water dragon. The azure water curtain firmly protected Yang Feng, and continuously intertwined with the water dragon. When Yang Feng broke out of the water dragon, he was covered in blood, looking like a man made of blood. After breaking free from the water dragon, Yang Feng was covered in blood and bruises. Exuding a ruthless and ferocious aura, as if a wounded peerless beast, he madly rushed towards Karil. Legend rank spell Skyflower Water Curtain. Ian, a legend rank secret treasure. Is this what you have to challenge me with? Unfortunately, you'll never be able to touch the corner of my clothes. Karil smiled coldly and spat out the magic sentence representing blink. At that moment Yang Feng waved his hand, and 4 black discs suddenly flew out and landed around Kirill. Magic radiance suddenly lit up, and formed a formidable spatial interference boundary. Kirill had just uttered the magic sentence representing blink, when he felt the surrounding space become chaotic. His body swayed slightly, and he was unable to fully launch blink. What's going on? Kirill's complexion suddenly changed dramatically and he panicked. He saw a huge sword descend from the sky and mercilessly slash at him. Morin's 2867's complexion changed slightly. His eyes flashed with anger, and he barked, "Stop, Ian!" The 4 sacred swordsmen next to Morin's 2867 locked on Yang Feng with their aura, waiting for his order. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with frigid killing intent, and without hesitation, he slashed at Kirill with his sword. Kirill's eyes flickered with a ferocious glint, and he uttered a magic sentence. In a flash he unleashed the level 3 spell Mighty Fire Arrow, and a flame arrow shrouded in endless flames, capable of killing human sacred swordsmen, shot towards Yang Feng like a meteor. As long as Yang Feng dodged a little, Kirill would get a chance to survive. Once Kirill caught his breath, he would be able to use all kinds of exquisite spells to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a fierce glint. At the most critical moment, he unleashed his innate spell Black Dragon Scales in a flash. Countless black dragon scales suddenly covered his body, as if he was covered in a black scale armor, and then he slashed at Kirill. Under the blessing of Yang Feng's dragon force, the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel slashed through Kirill's magic shield and instantly chopped him in two. Kirill's severed upper body had an incredulous expression on his face, as if he couldn't believe that a legend wizard like him had died to Yang Feng's sword. At the same time, the flame arrow slammed into Yang Feng and blasted him away, sending him flying in the direction of the suspended dais. A large amount of blood flowed out of Yang Feng's body, and then was incinerated. Morin's 2867 gave Yang Feng a look of disgust, then waved his hand and ordered indifferently, "This bastard, how dare he kill a wizard by my side? Go and kill him." "Yes, your majesty." A sacred swordsman guarding Morin's 2867 responded respectfully, then blurred into motion and shot towards Yang Feng. Just as the sword saint moved, it was as if an invisible blade had appeared in front of him. His head suddenly flew high into the air, and blood splattered in all directions. Chapter 283. On the floating dais, Yang Feng had already ambushed 200 completely invisible phantom hunters. The 200 ghost hunters were completely invisible. Without moving, they were like stones, not attracting any attention. Now that they received Yang Feng's order, the 200 phantom hunters suddenly moved, brandished their scimitars mixed with divine bloodsteel, and slashed at Morin's 2867's guards suspended above the dais. Almost in the blink of an eye, the defenseless guards were slaughtered by the ghost hunters without the ability to resist. Even the 3 sacred swordsmen with astonishing battle prowess were cut into pieces. A copious amount of blood dyed the floating dais red. 3 phantom hunters arrived in front of Morin's 2867 in an instant and mercilessly brandished their scimitars mixed with divine bloodsteel at Morin's 2867. A sacred, radiant and magnificent white shield enveloped Morin's 2867. When the 3 scimitars mercilessly slashed at Morin's 2867's shield, they were immediately ricocheted. The imperial robe worn by Morin's 2867 was a triggered legend rank treasure with the legend rank spell Radiant Rampart. Even if besieged by legend wizards and sacred swordsman rank powerhouses, he wouldn't be insta-killed. Guards! Guards! Come and protect me. Whoever saves me, I'll promote him by 3 ranks. He'll enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth. No longer indifferent and noble, Morin's 2867 scrambled out of his seat. A pool of yellow liquid flowed out from under his imperial robe. Tears flowed from his swollen eyes, and he screamed miserably. Seeing what suddenly happened on the dais, the greater aristocrats screamed, got up, and fled in all directions. Under the protection of their guards, most of the bigwigs quickly fled outside the magic college. Garka and the other princes and princesses looked at each other, their faces pale, as if they were frozen. No one escaped and no one stepped forward to rescue them. They didn't want to be killed in vain for Morin's 2867's sake, but they were also worried that once Morin's 2867 escaped, they would be held accountable for desertion. Therefore they were caught in a dilemma. Protect His Majesty. Protect His Majesty. In addition to the 4 sacred swordsmen, 20 star knights, and 100 firmament knights, Morin's 2867 still had 500 Sky Knight rank personal guards and a brigade of court wizards. The personal guards and court wizards rushed madly towards Morin's 2867. Once Morin's 2867 died here, his 500 personal guards and the team of court wizards would be beheaded according to the law of the empire. At the same time, his family members would be implicated and reduced to slaves. For the sake of their families' glory, splendor, and wealth, the 500 personal guards had no choice but to rush towards Morin's 2867 despite the danger. Protect His Majesty. With me, Ian, here, no one will be allowed to harm a hair on His Majesty's head. Only by stepping on my corpse can you assassins harm His Majesty. With a heroic roar, Yang Feng shot up from the ground like a bolt of lightning and frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867. Good. Ian, come and protect me. As long as you save me, you'll be the dean of the Magic College. By the way, I have 215 daughters. Whichever one you like, I'll let you marry. In the future, I'll make you the Grand Marshal of the Empire. When Morin's 2867 saw Yang Feng, as if he saw his savior, he cried madly and promised. Snot and tears flowed down his face, looking extremely unsightly. How ugly! Even the emperors of 2 human empires are just licentious, lustful, and stupid old men. Yang Feng had an impassioned expression on his face, but killing intent and ridicule flashed past the abyss of his eyes. When he was about to reach Morin's 2867, an invisible mage hand grabbed the legend-rank dagger Dusk and stabbed at Morin's 2867. The legend-rank dagger Dusk, with the power to penetrate all magic barriers, was the nightmare of all spellcasters, and was one of the most popular legend-ranked daggers among assassins. The Dusk easily pierced through Morin's 2867's light rampart, stabbed into his abdomen, and frantically absorbed Morin's 2867's life force. In just an instant, Morin's 2867 seemed to have aged several decades, and his eyes flashed with despair. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he sent a voice transmission to Morin's 2867's ear. Damned old bastard, if you don't court death, you won't die. If you court death, you'll die. You lecherous fool, since you want to lay your hands on my magic college, then go to hell. Morin's 2867's eyes widened as he looked at Yang Feng. His aged and turbid eyes were filled with resentment, yet he couldn't say anything. A guard commander who was even more anxious than Yang Feng rushed to in front of Morin's 2867, picked him up and said full of joy, Your Majesty, I, Eddie, have come to the rescue. Morin's 2867's guards frantically rushed towards Morin's 2867 and blocked in front of Yang Feng, not letting him snatch the credit. Under Yang Feng's order, the ghost hunters dispersed and disappeared. Although ghost hunters could be completely invisible, but as long as spells were cast, traces of them could still be found. Yang Feng had no other choice but to use ghost hunters to assassinate Morin's 2867. Now he had to eliminate the traces of their existence and not let them be discovered. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Your Majesty! Don't scare me. All of a sudden Eddie's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with despair, and he issued a miserable scream. Morin's 2867's body had turned black, and he had lost all vitality. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. He turned into a corpse and slumped in Eddie's arms. The guards looked at Morin's 2867's corpse with despair and fear in their eyes. Morin's 2867 died tragically in front of the guards, and they all faced the fate of being beheaded. Eddie, you failed to protect His Majesty, so you should be implicated along with your entire family. Yang Feng took a step forward and barked sternly. Now there is only one way to avoid the fate of you and your colleagues being beheaded. That is, to assist His Highness 6th Prince Garka to ascend the throne. After His Highness Garka ascends the throne, You can be pardoned for your crimes." With that, Yang Feng waved his hand, and 300 fully armed knight-rank powerhouses sprang out from the side and stared at Porta's group of 3 as well as their guards with ice-cold killing intent in their eyes. Garca was very quick-witted. He quickly stepped forward and said loudly, "Commander Eddie, I saw with my own eyes that you did your best to protect my imperial father. Although according to the laws of the Morin's Empire, all of you will be beheaded. But as long as you are willing to assist me and help me ascend the throne, then I can use the privilege of His Majesty to pardon all of your crimes." The eyes of the 500 Sky Knight rank guards suddenly surged with a glimmer of hope. Eddie slowly got up and looked around. He saw that the 300 fully armed knight rank powerhouses had surrounded Porta and the other 2 princes. Under Yang Feng's orders, the 2 sacred swordsmen recruited by Yang Feng, the Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia and the Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, surrounded the 3 princes and their guards. The Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius had already walked to Yang Feng's side, pulled out the secret treasure sword forged from divine bloodsteel, and was ready to go. Once Yang Feng gave the order, Cassius would be able to kill Eddie with a sword strike. Eddie, who had always been impartial to the recruitment of the many princes in the court, understood that he was now at a critical juncture. If he made a wrong choice, he and his family would be destroyed. Eddie is willing to serve His Highness like a dog. Eddie knelt on one knee in front of the 6th Prince Garca and said respectfully, "Willing to serve His Highness like a dog." With no other choice, the 500 Sky Knight rank guards knelt in front of Garca and said respectfully, "Willing to serve His Highness like a dog." The large group of wizards also bowed slightly towards Garca and said in salute. Yang Feng walked up to Porta and the other 2 princes and said with a gentle smile, "Your Highnesses, please have your guards hand over all their weapons. The St. Toulon city may be very chaotic, but we will protect you." Sucre gave Yang Feng an unruly look and said coldly, "Ian, who do you think you are? Do you want to put us under house arrest?" One of Sucre's guards drew his sword and stood in front of Sucre, glaring at Yang Feng. Yang Feng ordered indifferently, "Kill him." The Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia took a step forward. A sword ray flickered, and Sucre's guard was cut in half. Blood sputtered all over Sucre, making the aloof prince issue a shrill scream. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Since you've started, then kill them all." An ominous glint flashed past the Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia's eyes. He took a step forward and like a sword ray shuttled through the crowd. In just a dozen breaths of time, Sucre's guards were all killed. A copious amount of blood splashed on him, making him scream in fear. Chapter 284. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Shut up." As if he heard the voice of a fiend, Sucre covered his mouth with his hand and stared at Yang Feng with a look of horror in his eyes. The Raging Wave Sacred Swordsman Lucero didn't say a word. With a sword in hand, he stared at the 3 princes with an indifferent expression and a gleam of pleasure in his eyes. The 2 princes Porta and Sanel looked at Yang Feng with the same look of horror in the abyss of their eyes. Only now did they remember that Yang Feng had the nickname Fiend Ian in the Miracle City. An unknown number of people from the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps died tragically under Yang Feng's orders. He even dared to kill greater aristocrats of the Morin's Empire. The fear that their lives were in the hands of others shrouded the hearts of Porta and the other 2 princes. Yang Feng smiled gently, and his words revealed frigid killing intent. "Your Highnesses, will you order the guards to lay down their weapons, or will I help you so that they never have to pick up their weapons?" As soon as he said that, the guards around Porta and Sanel tensed up, clenched their weapons and waited for their master's order. Porta sighed slowly and said, "Neru, lay down your weapons." "Yes, Your Highness." Only then did Neru and a dozen of Porta's guards put down their weapons. Sanel was silent for a moment, and then ordered unhurriedly, "Avon, lay down your weapons." "Yes, Your Highness." Awan and the other guards of Sanel also put down their weapons. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, dozens of heavily armed warriors immediately pounced on Neru and the other dozens of guards with extraordinary strength, binding them tightly. Yang Feng strode to in front of Garca and said with a dignified expression, "Your Highness, our next target is the Imperial Palace. As long as we control the Imperial Palace, we'll be halfway there." At this time, Morin's 2867th was dead. The great Prince Andrei was in the Southern Army, and the three princes who had the right to inherit the throne were under Yongfeng's control. Now, only the two empresses and four consorts in the imperial palace had the ability to interfere with state affairs. As long as he controlled the two empresses and the four imperial concubines in the palace, Sanal could ascend the throne. Garka's eyes flashed with excitement, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. His eyes flashed with endless heat, and he said word by word, "Yes, the next step is the imperial palace. I'll definitely fulfill my promise after I ascend the throne, Ian." Garka's mood surged and he loudly promised. "At the same time, I will also grant you a wish. Tell me, what do you want? Prime Minister of the Empire? Or the Imperial Grand Marshal? As long as you say it, I will agree to it." Garka was very smart. He knew that the biggest key to his ascension to the throne was to win Yongfeng's support. Otherwise, once Yongfeng switches sides, his ascension to the throne will come to nothing, and he may even become a prisoner. Yongfeng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a smile, "If your highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to enter the royal treasury of the Morin's Empire and pick a few treasures I want." Garka made a prompt decision and said, "Okay, I promise you." Yongfeng said solemnly, "Now is a critical time. If your highness still has any power, then use them all. This is our best chance and also our only chance." As the sixth prince of the empire, Garka had a tremendous hidden force. Even Yongfeng didn't know how much power Garka was hiding, or how many aristocrats had already sided with him. Garka's eyes flashed with graveness. He nodded, took out a communications crystal and said grimly, "The time has come, do it at once." A fearful yet firm voice came from the other side of the communications crystal. "Yes, your highness." Garka took out communications crystals one after another, and issued a series of orders to the other side of the communications crystal. Porta and the other two princes could only watch helplessly as Garka issued a series of orders, yet did nothing. Porta and the other two princes also had tremendous hidden forces that infiltrated countless departments. A large number of aristocrats sided with them, but now that they were under semi-house arrest, they couldn't contact those forces to take action. The St. Toulon city had 4 city gates: east, west, south, and north. There was a corps stationed inside and outside each city gate. The 4 corps stationed outside the city belonged to the city guard system. The 4 corps stationed inside the city belonged to the Imperial Guard system. The South Gate within the barracks of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. Cataleo, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, strode into the command center of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. In the center of the command center sat a person. It was Chipiko, the commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment he was leisurely reading a book. The work of the Imperial Guards had always been leisurely. After all, apart from palace coups, no one dared to cause trouble in the St. Toulon city. Even demigod-rank powerhouses would be easily suppressed if they acted presumptuously in the St. Toulon city. When Chipiko saw Cataleo, his eyes lit up. He fished out a chessboard from under his desk and said with a smile, "Cataleo, you came at the right time. Play a game of chess with me." "Okay." When Cataleo walked up to Chipiko, a complicated glint flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Suddenly, he erupted with Star Knight rank chi, drew his sword, and stabbed Chipiko in the heart lightning fast. Chipiko's eyes widened. Unable to believe his eyes, he reluctantly uttered, "Double." Cataleo's eyes flashed with a complicated glint, and he gave a long sigh and pulled out his sword. "I'm a man of His Highness the 6th Prince. His Majesty is dead." "Chipiko, I'm sorry." Blood spurted out of Chipiko's chest. His eyes dimmed, his body swayed, and he fell to the ground. In the barracks, the drums of assembly rang out. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps immediately began to assemble. The high-ranking officers of the corps quickly came to the command center. There was a faint smell of blood in the command center. At the same time, the command center was surrounded by Cataleo's personal guards. As soon as the high-ranking officers entered the command center, they felt that something was amiss. The high-ranking officers focused their gazes on Cataleo, who was sitting on the throne of the corps commander, in the command center. Cataleo said solemnly, "Everyone is here. I'm going to announce unfortunate news." His Majesty the Great Emperor has just been assassinated in the Saint Toulon city and is dead. What? His Majesty the Emperor is dead? His Majesty, he is dead. The eyes of the high-ranking officers of the Imperial Guard Corps flickered with shock and they exclaimed, "The death of His Majesty the Emperor of the Morince Empire was a major event that would shock the world and change the situation of the entire Morince Empire." Cataleo said coldly, "Commander Chipico was suspected of plotting to assassinate His Majesty. I killed him on the spot." His Highness the Sixth Prince sent an envoy to have the Third Imperial Guard Corps capture the assassins and eradicate the traitors in the court. "Who is willing to go with me?" A confidant of Cataleo immediately said loudly, "Since His Majesty is dead, His Highness the Sixth Prince is the only heir to the throne of the Empire. We are willing to follow His Highness the Sixth Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court. We are willing to be loyal to His Highness the Sixth Prince and eradicate the traitors in the court with His Highness the Sixth Prince." Voices of loyalty came from the command center. Almost one-third of the officers of the Third Corps swore allegiance to His Highness the Sixth Prince at once. The rest of the officers looked at each other, and a sense of danger welled up in their hearts. They were soldiers who didn't want to get involved in the whirlpool of the power struggle. But the sudden change in the situation forced them to choose a side. Cataleo's gaze turned cold and he said frigidly, "Why aren't you saying anything? Are you in cahoots with the traitors who assassinated His Majesty?" Cataleo's personal guard surrounding the command center drew their swords and surrounded the officers who didn't take a stand. If they said anything wrong, they would be hacked to death. An officer pointed at Cataleo and barked, "Cataleo, you're rebelling." Cataleo waved his hand, and a dozen-plus personal guards with tyrannical fighting strength rushed forward in a flash and killed the officer with a flurry of swords. "Cataleo, you're rebelling." One officer after another stepped forward and berated Cataleo. As soon as the officers came out, they were quickly killed by Cataleo's personal guards. The command center was suddenly enveloped in the smell of blood. After 7 officers were killed on the spot, the officers of the Third Imperial Guard Corps understood Cataleo's determination. Cataleo had gambled everything. If they didn't yield, then he would kill all of them. An officer was silent for a while, and then finally said loudly, "I'm willing to follow Sir and eradicate the assassins who assassinated His Majesty." One officer after another was finally forced to yield and stand forward. Cataleo got up and barked, "Then let's set off at once. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Along the way, whoever dares to block us is our enemy." Under Cataleo's leadership, the 20,000-strong troops of the Third Imperial Guard Corps immediately set out and quickly rushed towards the Imperial Palace. Drums also sounded in the barracks of the First Imperial Guard Corps at the East Gate. The officers of the First Imperial Guard Corps quickly came to the command center of the First Imperial Guard Corps. The entire command center was permeated with a somber and heavy atmosphere, pressuring the officers of the First Imperial Guard Corps somewhat out of breath. In the center of the command center sat a burly old man of about 56 or 57 years of age, with grizzled temples, yet still exuding a valiant aura. This burly old man was Buchak, the commander of the First Imperial Guard Corps. Chapter 285. Buchak looked down and said solemnly, "His Majesty was assassinated and has passed away. By order of Her Highness Empress Susanna, I must immediately take troops to the palace to guard it. Are you willing to go with me?" "We are willing to serve, sir." The officers below were slightly taken aback. Many of Buchak's confidants immediately responded resolutely, "We are willing to serve, sir." The other officers hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth and said loudly. In the First Imperial Guard Corps, the prestige of Buchak, the commander of the corps, was much stronger than that of Cataleo, the deputy commander of the Third Corps. Not many people dared to question or disobey his orders. Under Buchak's order, the First Imperial Guard Corps quickly moved towards the palace without any supplies. Within the command center of the Second Imperial Guard Corps, a gloomy expression on his face, Ciceron, the commander of the Second Imperial Guard Corps, paced back and forth in the command center with a look of irritation, a communications crystal in his hand. A beautiful and charming face floated in his eyes. Finally, he gave a long sigh and made up his mind. The drums of assembly sounded in the barracks of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, and countless warriors poured out of the barracks to assemble. The upper echelon officers quickly came to the command center. Suddenly, sounds of fighting broke out in the command center. Before long, officers came out of the command center. The 2nd Imperial Guard Corps also rushed towards the royal palace of the St. Toulon city. At this time, fighting broke out in the barracks of the 4th Imperial Guard Corps. For the sake of their respective masters, former comrades gathered their subordinates to fight. Rivers of blood flowed in the barracks, and sounds of fighting continued. Outside the city gate, the 4 City Guard Corps remained motionless. Only some small disturbances broke out in the barracks before being suppressed. On the other side, Yongfeng took 300 heavily armed personal guards, 2 squads of wizards, and 500 Sky Knight rank troops commanded by Eddie to escort Garca and Ileana towards the royal palace. "Your Highness Garca, where do you want to go?" With a cold voice, Desser led 300 confidants from the Sword of Justice secret police force to block in front of the large force and stared at Garca, who was surrounded and protected by everyone. A terrifying sacred swordsman rank aura erupted from Desser's body, and a terrifying murderous intent locked onto Garca, making Garca feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He found it hard to breathe and fear flashed in his eyes. "Your Highness, His Majesty was assassinated in the Magic Academy. As the Dean of the Magic Academy, Master Ian is the biggest suspect. What you should do now is to return to your mansion. Otherwise, it will be a crime of treason. Even if you are a prince, you will still die here today." Desser's eyes widened, and he suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Through a mysterious secret method, he directly pierced into Garca's mind. At that moment, Garca felt a wave of fear in his heart. He actually had the thought of leaving immediately and going home to await his trial. Yang Feng ordered coldly, "Kill him. Kill all those who stand in the way." Barros uttered a magic incantation, and a ray of magic light shrouded him and the magicians behind him. A mysterious spiritual resonance linked their mental strength together. Spirit resonance was the most powerful spell of wizard squads on the Feisua plane. After casting the mental resonance spell, the mental energy of all the magicians would be linked together, forming an incomparably wonderful resonance wave, as if they were one person. Through the power of the weave they could cast level, for spells like legend wizards. Barros quickly uttered a second magic sentence, and the level for spell Fire Dragon was unleashed in a flash. A copious amount of fire elemental particles gathered, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly took shape and lunged at Desser. Desser's complexion suddenly changed greatly, and he retreated briskly. He erupted with pinnacle sacred swordsman rank chi, and his sword mercilessly slashed at the fearsome fire dragon. Thanks to the fearsome sacred swordsman rank chi, the fire dragon was nearly split in two. In the next moment, the berserk fire dragon that was split in two pounced at Desir and engulfed him. The sacred swordsman Desir turned into a terrifying flaming figure. He screamed and struggled, and then was burned to ashes by the flames. When he saw this, the lightning sacred swordsman Cassius's pupils constricted slightly, and he sighed inwardly. The area within 10 meters was the domain of sacred swordsmen. Within that area, a sacred swordsman could insta-kill a legend wizard. If a legend wizard cast a level for spell, then if a sacred swordsman didn't have a defensive treasure to resist level for spells, they would also be insta-killed. Wizards were the most powerful existences on the Feisua plane, and they had the most distinguished status. The status of an archwizard was much higher than that of a sacred swordsman. On the Zhongji plane, unless the Zhongji plane's body-tempering warlocks were peerless geniuses who cultivated the most profound, difficult and powerful secret methods, they could only contend against other types of warlocks with the help of secret treasures. The archmage of the other mage squad also cast mental resonance, then silently chanted an incantation, pointed at the more than 300 Sword of Justice secret police, and launched the level 4 spell Winter Maiden's Breath. The projection of a beautiful and moving Winter Maiden, who seemed to be covered in a layer of silver, suddenly appeared, parted her cherry lips and blew lightly. The Winter Maiden's cherry lips exhaled a white stream of cold air that swept towards the 300 Sword of Justice secret police. Crack! Crack! With a series of crisp sounds, the 300 secret policemen of the Sword of Justice, who were above the night level, were all eroded by the terrifying cold air and turned into ice sculptures. Garka glanced at Yang Feng, and a glint of fear flashed past the abyss of his eyes. Dassault was one of the 5 bigwigs of the Sword of Justice secret police of the Morance Empire's police system. In the Saint Toulon city, he was regarded as a bigwig. Even some greater aristocrats couldn't compare to him in status. Yet, Yang Feng killed such a bigwig without hesitation. This fierceness and decisiveness made Garka feel a chill inside. Fortunately, he's my man. Garka heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a thought welled up in his mind, lingering like a nightmare. What if he betrayed me? Who else can stop him? Yang Feng's gaze was indifferent, and he ordered frigidly, "Keep going. Our target is the Imperial Palace. Kill anyone who stands in our way." Under Yang Feng's order, the team advanced straight into the Imperial Palace. After passing a block, nearly 200+ assassins suddenly emerged from the street. The assassins, armed with military crossbows, frantically pulled the triggers at Garka. As if arrows leaving a bowstring, bolts shot towards Garka. As long as Garka was killed, any plot would turn into a bubble. A cold glint flashed past Yang Feng's eyes. He raised a large shield forged from divine blood steel and swatted away the bolts shooting at Garka as if swatting mosquitoes. Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and a wall on the side collapsed. A terrifying aura comparable to that of a sacred swordsman instantly erupted from the location of the wall, and an extremely fast swordlight pierced towards Garka's head. That was a fatal strike from a sacred swordsman. Yang Feng had just swatted away countless bolts with his large shield, so he had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword stabbed towards Garka. Despair couldn't help but flash past the abyss of his eyes. The 3 sacred swordsmen, Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, Earth Sacred Swordsman Magia, and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero, were all swinging their swords at the military crossbows. They had no time to protect Garka. If Garka was assassinated, then no matter how strong Yang Feng was, it would already be amazing if he could escape from the Saint Toulon city. Everything he had built up during this period of time would be destroyed in a single day. At this moment, an ordinary guard next to Garka took a step forward, and the temperament of a lofty great grandmaster erupted from the ordinary guard. Frightening Sacred Swordsman Rank Chi erupted in a flash, and a sword ray suddenly erupted and stabbed at the startling sword strike. Ding! There was a crisp sound, and the guard next to Garka retreated 7 or 8 steps before stopping. The assassin who stabbed with the startling sword strike only retreated 2 steps. An assassin wrapped in black cloth, with only his eyes exposed, appeared in front of everyone. Yang Feng barked, "Barros, kill him!" Before his words fell, Yang Feng uttered a magic sentence and unleashed the level 3 spell Spirit Hammer in a flash, and a magic ray landed on the assassin wrapped in black cloth. The assassin radiated magic rays and resisted the attack of the level 3 spell Spirit Hammer. Clearly, he had a magic equipment on him. The assassin's figure flickered as he dashed towards a room at the side like a bolt of lightning after missing his target. With the 4 sacred swordsmen and 2 wizard squads guarding him, even if the assassin was far stronger than ordinary human sacred swordsmen, he still couldn't resist. Yang Feng ordered frigidly, "Fire Dragon." Barros instantly uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at the room, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly erupted and rushed towards the room. Boom! Countless flames suddenly enveloped the room and burned fiercely. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed at the flames. A hurricane suddenly blew the flames away and swept towards the house where the assassins were located. Chapter 286. The wind fanned the flames, which surged and instantly engulfed the rooms where the assassins were located and set them ablaze. Countless assassins howled mournfully amidst the flames and jumped down one by one. Eyes bloodshot, Garka roared somewhat crazily, "Kill them all! Kill these assassins!" If it wasn't for the sacred swordsman recruited by Garka who saved his life at the most critical time, he would have become a corpse by now. At the thought of the dangerous situation just now, Garka felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat trickled down his back, and killing intent filled his eyes. Yang Feng looked at the somewhat hysterical Garka, frowned slightly and said, "Your Highness, the urgent matter now is not to kill these people, but the Imperial Palace. The imperial palace is the key. After you ascend the throne, you can kill these ants at will. Garka's eyes shimmered with madness. Losing his usual demeanor, he barked at Yang Feng. They wanted to kill me. They were just one step away from killing me. I want them to die without a burial ground. I want these bastards to die now. Ian, kill them for me. Leave none alive. Yang Feng frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment. Thinking that Garka was about to become the emperor, he sighed inside and waved his hand. 300 of his subordinates took out military crossbows in a flash and fired at the assassins. A dense rain of arrows shot the assassins to the ground, and then they screamed miserably and were swallowed by the flames. Eddie roared furiously, urged his Star Knight rank chi, and rushed towards the assassins together with the 500 personal guards of the emperor. The fierce fight lasted for a full 10 minutes. The hundreds of assassins lying in ambush on both sides of the street were all killed by Eddie and them. Yang Feng and his party continued to advance towards the imperial palace. Fierce flames burned behind them, and at the same time began to spread in other directions. Stop! At the order of Her Highness the Empress, I have sealed off this block. No one is allowed to pass. Violators will be punished with treason, and their whole families will be executed. On a street leading to the imperial palace, a team of 500 imperial guards blocked in front of Yang Feng and his party, and a burly commander barked. The 500 royal guards pointed at Yang Feng and his party with their weapons, their eyes filled with killing intent. Among the 500 imperial guards, 200 archers had already taken out their bows and were ready to shoot. Garka hesitated for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and the entire team stopped. Garka stepped out from the crowd and sternly shouted, "I'm Garka, the 6th prince. His Majesty has passed away, and I suspect that someone in the palace was involved in the assassination of His Majesty. Commander Dell, now that His Majesty is dead, I'm the only heir to the Morin's empire. If you side with me now, after I ascend the throne, you'll definitely enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth." "So it's Your Highness." Dell's eyes flashed with shock and hesitation. After pondering for a while, his eyes flashed with greed and he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, if Your Highness ascends the throne in the future, I hope to become a hereditary duke." He has a dukedom as his fief. Garka creased his eyebrows slightly and fell into hesitation. In the Morin's empire, hereditary duke was a first-rate greater aristocrat second only to grand princes. Every hereditary duke had a high status and great influence in the court. The Morin's empire was very cautious about the enfeoffment of hereditary duke aristocrats. Otherwise, all the territories of the empire would have been enfeoffed long ago. As time passed, Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He knew very well that now was not the time to waste time. With every passing minute, their chances of success would drop by a fraction. Yang Feng hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward and whispered to Garka, "Your Highness, we don't have much time left." Garka glanced at Yang Feng with some displeasure and said faintly, "I know what to do." Garka said in a clear voice, "Dell, it's impossible to confer a hereditary duke. However, as long as you take everyone to side with me now, then after I ascend the throne, I can confer you the title of hereditary duke and let you enjoy endless glory, splendor, and wealth." Dell's 500 imperial guards were also a considerable force. If Garka could recruit Dell's 500 imperial guards, he could also improve his strength. At the same time, he could weaken Yang Feng's influence in the coup. Growing up in the Morin's family, Garka's imperial schemes were no less than those of his brothers. Dell had a conflicted expression on his face. After hesitating for a while, he said unhurriedly, "Confer a hereditary duke? Your Highness, if I side with you, I'll be putting the lives of everyone in my family on your shoulders. A hereditary duke is really not enough. A hereditary duke marquis. As long as you agree to confer me a hereditary duke marquis, I'll take my 500 brothers to side with you. I still have a lot of good friends in the imperial palace. After I side with you, I'll go and recruit them for you." Garka's heart stirred slightly when he heard that. If Dell could recruit the royal guards in the imperial palace, then his hopes of capturing the Victory Palace would increase by a bit. There were 20,000 royal guards stationed in the Victory Palace, which were firmly under the control of Morin's 2,867th. Anyone who tried to meddle with the 20,000 royal guards would suffer a fierce counterattack from Morin's 2,867th. The great Prince André once roped in a deputy commander of the royal guards. After being discovered by Morin's 2,867th, the deputy commander's family was exterminated by Morin's 2,867th on an excuse. André lost a lot of his military power and was transferred to the Southern Army. Only during festivals would he be allowed to return to the Saint Toulon city. Empress Susanna, who was originally very favored by Morin's 2,867th, was slowly neglected because of this matter. Garca and the other two princes didn't dare to meddle with the royal guards for fear of touching Morin's 2,867's reverse scale. Now that Del was willing to surrender to Garca and persuade others to surrender, Garca was very tempted. Garca hesitated for a while, then made a decision and said resolutely, "Okay, as long as you are willing to side with me, persuade others to surrender, and help me open the gate of the Victory Palace, then after I ascend the throne, I'll confer you the title of hereditary peer marquis." Del's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and he said with a beaming smile, "I want the divine bestow plains marquisdom." Garca's complexion changed dramatically, and he refused resolutely, "Impossible." The divine bestow plain was a plain blessed by the goddess of life, the goddess of plants, and the goddess of agriculture. On many fertile lands of the Faisua plain, 1 mu of wheat could only yield about 200 to 250 caddies per mu. In the divine bestow plain, 1 mu of wheat could yield up to 2,000 caddies per mu, which was 10 times that of ordinary places. The divine bestow plain was the territory of the Morns family and various divine descendant families. Except for a few founding heroes who followed Morn's eye and made great contributions, for more than 100,000 years, there had never been a precedent of a non-divine descendant family obtaining a fiefdom in the divine bestow plain. Del said loudly, "An earldom is fine. An earldom in the divine bestow plain is enough for me to enjoy a lifetime of glory, splendor, and wealth. As long as your highness agrees to grant me an earldom in the divine bestow plain after you ascend the throne, then I'll immediately take 500 subordinates to side with you, your highness, and serve you faithfully." In other places there would be natural and man-made disasters, which would lead to a decrease in the production of wheat due to various reasons. But in the divine bestow plain, such things would never happen. An earldom in the divine bestow plain was definitely the foundation for generations of glory, splendor, and wealth. With a gloomy face, Garca calculated in his mind. Naturally, such a fertile land like the divine bestow plain had been carved up by everyone. The Morns family occupied the largest part of the divine bestow plain, which was also their foundation. There had never been a precedent of a territory in the divine bestow plain being infeft. The Morns family was a huge family, and experts were as common as clouds in the family. The people of the Morns family wouldn't care if Garca competed with other princes for the throne. After all, it wasn't the first time that the Morns family's heirs fought each other for the throne for more than 100,000 years. Whichever prince won, the Morns family would support that prince. But once Garca infeft the divine bestow plain, the entire Morns family would rebel and oppose his succession to the throne. Garca shook his head and proposed, "No, I can grant you a fertile marquisdom. Even an earldom in the divine bestow plain won't do. It's the wealth that the mighty gods bestowed upon our Morns family, and no one else is allowed to encroach on it." Del sank into his thoughts and said unhurriedly, "Another marquisdom? Let me think about it and see which marquisdom is better." At this moment the earth shook, and the sound of hooves came from the east. Goyina's complexion changed slightly, and he said to Yongfeng, "Buchak, the commander of the 1st Royal Guard Corps in the east, favors the great Prince André. This is their cavalry." Yongfeng frowned slightly and looked at Del, only to see that Del was still hesitant and looked very embarrassed. Yongfeng suddenly pointed coldly at Del and said frigidly, "Baros, fire dragon, kill them." "Yes." Baros quickly silently recited an incantation and launched spirit resonance, then uttered a series of magic sentences and pointed at Del and the 500 royal guards. Countless violent fire elemental particles gathered in a flash and suddenly formed a 30-meter-long fire dragon. When Del saw the 30-meter-long fire dragon, his complexion changed dramatically, and he screamed with a pale face, "I surrender! Your Highness, spare my life! I surrender! Your Highness!" Chapter 287. In the next moment, the 30-meter-long fire dragon plunged into the midst of Dell and his party. Wherever the flame dragon passed, all of the Imperial guards were burned into flaming men, letting out waves of incomparably mournful screams. Most of the Imperial guards were like ants in boiling water, scurrying in all directions. With Dell's death, they could no longer organize themselves. Why? Garka's eyes shimmered with anger, and he barked at Yang Feng. They have surrendered. Yang Feng's eyes widened. A fierce glint flashed past his eyes and he barked, "Your Highness, we don't have much time. The East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps is coming this way, and there are countless other forces ready to make a move. We must reach the Imperial Palace and take control of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll all die without a burial ground." Dell was clearly stalling for time just now. Garka was both ashamed and angry when he was barked at by Yang Feng. His thoughts revolved and he realized that Yang Feng was right. He could only clench his teeth and order loudly, "Keep going." The group quickly passed through the area shrouded in flames and headed straight for the Imperial Palace. The earth shook slightly, and the sound of hooves echoed. Behind Yang Feng and his party, the 2,000 cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps were getting closer and closer. Garka frowned slightly and looked at Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng looking ahead indifferently, without the slightest intention of having his subordinates bring up the rear. At this time, they were only a few streets away from the Imperial Palace. It was of great significance to intercept the forces of the East Gate's 1st Imperial Guard Corps here. Garka only hesitated for a moment before issuing an order. "Thanos, take some people and stay behind to bring up the rear. Don't let the 2,000 cavalrymen catch up." "Yes, Your Highness." The sacred swordsman rank powerhouse who was originally guarding Garka responded respectfully, and then quickly took 600 private troops directly under Garka's command to set up a defense in this block. Garka took the rest of his people and continued to rush towards the Imperial Palace. "Let's go." Shortly after Yang Feng and his party left the street, the 2,000 cavalrymen in the rear rushed over. Thanos' eyes were cold as he shouted sternly, "Fire!" The archers lying in ambush on both sides of the street quickly fired, and a rain of swords fell on the cavalrymen of the Imperial Guard Corps, shooting more than 100 cavalrymen down from their horses. Garka's 600 private troops were his lifeblood and the most powerful force he could publicly reveal. Among the 600 private troops, there were 300 archers. Each of the 300 archers had outstanding archery skills and were powerful archers who had cultivated chi. The arrows seemed to have a life of their own as they took the lives of the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps one by one, shooting them to the ground. That cavalry unit endured huge casualties and charged madly, attempting to rush through the street of death. The order they received was to catch up with Garka's main force at all costs, capture Garka alive, or delay Garka until the main force arrived. Even if they had to pay the price of a few hundred lives, the cavalry would definitely charge through the street and chase after them. This was a struggle for imperial power. If they failed, the losers' families would be ruined, and their families would be reduced to lowly slaves, living a life worse than death. As long as they participated in this game, there was no retreat. No matter how many sacrifices were made, they had to win. Just before the 2,000 cavalrymen were about to cross the street, Thanos pulled out a 2-meter-long magic sword and swung it hard. Streaks of incomparably blue swordlight revolved around Thanos. The charging cavalrymen had just come into contact with the blue sword rays when they were torn apart, blood splashed, and countless fragments sputtered in all directions. The dazzling sword rays blossomed, making Thanos look like a terrifying meat grinder. When the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps collided with the huge meat grinder, they turned into countless fragments. No matter how the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps charged, they could not break through Thanos' line of defense. One man against 1,000 was a sacred swordsman with astonishing strength like Thanos. Blue sword rays flashed, and countless fragments and blood practically filled the street. Like a demon god, Thanos advanced instead of retreating and walked towards the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corporation. Every step he took seemed as heavy as a mountain and was accompanied by a copious amount of blood. When the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps saw the demon god like Thanos, their morale plummeted, and their eyes flashed with fear. "Kill them all." Following a roar, 300 fully armed warriors at the knight rank or above rushed out from a side street, brandished their swords, and slashed at the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, who could no longer charge and whose morale had plummeted. Under the desperate struggle of the 300 warriors, the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps finally collapsed and retreated in disorder. Watching the cavalrymen of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps retreat, Thanos finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He was sweating profusely and his muscles were slightly sore. He alone killed more than 700 cavalrymen and horses. Even though he was a sacred swordsman, he still consumed a great deal of physical strength. Less than 5 minutes after the retreat of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, countless warriors dressed in Imperial Guard uniforms rushed over from afar like a tide. Surrounded by countless experts of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps, Wuxia looked at Thanos, who was standing in a hell of blood and corpses, and sighed slowly with a complicated expression. What a hero. Master Durini, give him a quick death. A middle-aged archwizard Delaney nodded, uttered a magic sentence, conjured spirit resonance, and linked the spirit force of all the wizards of the wizard squad together. Then he uttered a series of magic sentences, pointed at Thanos, and conjured the level for spell Fire Dragon. A copious amount of fire elemental particles surged, and a 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly appeared and barreled towards Thanos. When he saw the wizard squad, Thanos's face changed dramatically. His figure fluttered, and he slammed into a room beside him and fled into the distance. In front of the level for spell Fire Dragon, any sacred swordsman who was hit by a sacred swordsman without a defensive magic item to protect themselves would definitely die. Even Thanos, who had just ridden against thousands, was no exception. The frightening fire dragon turned around, enveloped the room Thanos had jumped into, and turned the area into a sea of fire. A figure covered in fire rushed out of the sea of fire. After taking dozens of steps, the figure was finally swallowed by the flames and turned into ashes. Wuxia looked at Garka's private soldiers, who were still hiding in the corners of the streets and refusing to retreat, and ordered with a cold look in his eyes, "Dekuro, kill them all." "Yes, sir." A burly officer with a bear-like physique roared, and took 1,000 warriors of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps to kill Garka's private soldiers. Wuxia just glanced at Dekuro, and then took the 1st Imperial Guard Corps straight into the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace. The Victory Palace was the core of the Morinth Empire's power, and the focus of everyone's competition. Once Garka took control of the Victory Palace, then no matter how strong Wuxia's 1st Imperial Guard Corps was, it would be in vain. Garka's private soldier hiding in a corner of the street suddenly came out of his hiding place, erupted with Earth Knight rank chi in a flash, and shot an arrow with crimson chi radiance towards Wuxia. Wuxia didn't even spare a glance at the arrow. A Star Knight rank officer next to him bellowed, swung his sword, and deflected the arrow. 50 warriors armed with military crossbows raised their crossbows and shot at Garka's private soldier. As if shooting stars, arrows enveloped the private soldier and turned him into a hedgehog. The sounds of fighting could be heard everywhere on the street, yet the 1st Imperial Guard Corps ignored them. They followed Wuxia and marched quickly towards the Victory Palace. Barrow's complexion changed slightly, and he quickly reported to Yang Feng, "Sir, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps has broken through Thanos' defensive line and is moving this way." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Garka's face also turned pale. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was the most powerful corps in the inner city of the St. Toulon city. It had the magic power of 2 squads of court wizards and 20,000 warriors. The St. Toulon city's city guard system was somewhat rotten and filled with aristocratic children in silk pants. However, due to the frequent coups d'état in the Morinth Empire, the Imperial Guard system was the force the Empress relied on. Apart from the upper echelons of the Imperial Guards and the 4 Imperial Guard Corps in the inner city, the rest of the soldiers were elite warriors who were rotated back from the frontier army. Their fighting strength was amazing. The 4 Imperial Guard Corps were definitely the trump card of the Morinth Empire. A single Imperial Guard Corps could easily defeat a formidable local corps like the Huntingfong Corps. Once the 1st Imperial Guard Legion caught up to them, everyone present would definitely be crushed by them. Even the 3 Sword Saints would find it difficult to resist a powerful existence like the 1st Imperial Guard Legion. The reason why Thanos was able to block 2,000 cavalrymen and slay more than 700 cavalrymen was because he was able to ride against 1,000 cavalrymen on the street. In a narrow area, the 2,000 cavalrymen couldn't give full play to their advantages and could only charge from the front. If the 2,000 cavalrymen charged from all directions and besieged him in a wide area, Thanos would be able to slay more than 400 cavalrymen at most before he ran out of chi and was besieged by the remaining cavalrymen. The strength and energy consumed to deal with enemies from only one direction and enemies from all directions could not be mentioned in the same breath. Chapter 288. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled tightly. According to his idea, the best result was to kill his way into the Victory Palace before anyone could react. As long as he took control of the Victory Palace, then even if the four corps attacked together, Yang Feng wouldn't be afraid. Yang Feng frowned slightly and mused. It seems that I acted too hastily. However, it wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity. Yang Feng didn't get any information about Morin's 2867's sudden visit to the unveiling of the Magic College. Moreover, he had no intention of assassinating Morin's 2867 before this. However, Morin's 2867's attempt to seize the Magic College, which Yang Feng spent a lot of effort and money to establish, provoked Yang Feng's retaliation, and he took the opportunity to kill Morin's 2867. If Morin's 2867 was in the Imperial Palace, Yang Feng wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Morin's 2867 gave Yang Feng the opportunity to assassinate him. Although such a hasty assassination killed Morin's 2867, but many things were also out of Yang Feng's control. Yang Feng's thoughts revolved slightly, and his eyes flashed with determination. It seems that I can only protect Garca and kill my way out, go to Garca's territory and raise my troops again. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps was inclined towards the Great Prince Andrei. Now, without the Emperor's order, it acted on its own. Obviously, it had obtained information about the death of Morin's 2867 and had made a choice. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps definitely wouldn't choose Garca. If Yang Feng and his party didn't escape, only death would await them. As a prince, Garca might be able to escape death and be placed under house arrest, but Yang Feng and the others would definitely meet their end. Yang Feng shot Garca a somewhat unwilling look, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. Such a good opportunity was ruined by this idiot. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, only a pig-like teammate. What a scam! According to Yang Feng's original plan, he would head straight for the Victory Palace, kill anyone that stood in his way, and kill anyone that stood in his way. As long as he could kill his way into the Victory Palace, it would be a victory. However, Garca stubbornly insisted on killing all the assassins that tried to assassinate him, which delayed him a lot of time. Furthermore, he had been tricked by Dell to stall for time, wasting a lot of time. In the end, the 1st Imperial Guard Corps caught up from behind. If Garca had listened to Yang Feng, they would have killed their way to the Victory Palace by now, and might have even killed their way into the Victory Palace. Once the coup d'etat was launched, it had to be as fast as lightning, leaving no time for others to react. Once he failed to seize the Victory Palace, Garca, who had mobilized all his forces, would lose his momentum and could only escape from the St. Toulon city. Right at this time, the sounds of horse hooves could be heard from the south, and the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Regiment came into view. When Yang Feng saw the soldiers of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, his eyes shimmered with unwillingness and regret, and he gave a long sigh. It's over, we can only retreat. Garca, on the other hand, smiled and laughed wildly, revealing endless ecstasy. The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, haha, they're finally here. Ian, the deputy commander of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, Cataleo, is my man. He now had complete control over the 3rd Praetorian Guard Corps. Those are our people. Yang Feng's eyes revealed a look of surprise. The fact that Garca was able to rope in the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was beyond his expectations. The relationship between Garca and Cataleo was deeply hidden, with only a few people knowing about it. Even Elena didn't know about the relationship between the two, let alone Yang Feng. Yang Feng said solemnly, "Your Highness, please have the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps block this street. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps is not allowed to cross this street." Garca nodded, took out a communications crystal, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and said, "Cataleo, it's me, it's Garca." Cataleo's capable voice came from the communications crystal. "Your Highness, what are your orders? Please speak." Garca's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to the Imperial Palace. Take the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and guard the Street of Glory. No one is allowed to cross the Street of Glory." In the Imperial capital, Garca went all out to barely control the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which was already his full strength. Although there were still many aristocrats in the Imperial capital who had defected to Garca's side, but in a short period of time, those aristocrats couldn't give him any support. From the other side of the communications crystal came Cataleo's resolute voice. "Yes, Your Highness, I'll guard this place firmly and won't let anyone pass." Yangfeng said solemnly, "Let the 2 wizard squads, Baros and Makon, stay." The Victory Palace was a palace blessed by the gods and possessed countless formidable divine spells. In the Victory Palace, the vigor of heaven and earth was completely controlled by various divine spells. If wizards wanted to cast large-scale spells in the Victory Palace, they could only do so with the Emperor's permission. Morin's 2867th was dead, and the Morin's Empire was without an emperor. Therefore, wizards couldn't cast powerful spells in the Victory Palace. Garca said very decisively, "Cataleo, I'll leave 2 wizard squads for you. You must guard this place." Cataleo said in a straightforward and capable manner, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon after, the huge 3rd Imperial Guard Corps turned and walked towards the Street of Glory. The 2 wizards of the court squads, Baros and Makon, quickly walked towards the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps. "Run forward." Garca's eyes flickered with a cold glint. He pointed at the Victory Palace with his sword and barked. At this time, Yangfeng and his party had no place to retreat. After being forced into a desperate situation, Garca erupted with a dauntless aura that was different from his usual cultured and refined demeanor. The whole team began to trot forward, moving towards the Victory Palace. After crossing 2 streets, sounds of explosions and fighting came from the rear. Clearly, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and the 1st Imperial Guard Corps had engaged in a fierce fight. Hearing the sounds of battle behind them, everyone's hearts felt heavy, as if they were being shrouded by a huge pressure. Once the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps' defensive line was breached, the people present would end up very miserable before they could capture the Victory Palace. After passing through 2 streets, the majestic gate of the Victory Palace appeared in front of everyone. Andro led 200 soldiers and escorted a group of people over. He said respectfully, "My lord, I'm here to protect you. I've done what you asked me to do." Yangfeng swept the dense crowd with a glance, nodded slightly and praised, "Well done. Next it's up to him." Yangfeng swept the Victory Palace with a glance, and finally his gaze fell on Garca. A frightening might came from the Victory Palace, which was the majesty of a god. There were countless powerful divine spells in the Victory Palace. Even if a demigod entered the Victory Palace, they would be suppressed if they were careless. The Victory Palace was like a sleeping, frightening, fierce beast, quietly lying dormant on the ground, ready to erupt at any time and tear all enemies who dared to provoke it to pieces. Garca stepped out of the crowd, walked into the crowd, and shouted towards the Victory Palace, "I am Garca of the Morin's family. Today my imperial father, Morin's 2867th, was assassinated. I suspect that the mastermind of the assassin is in the palace. Ancestor, please bless me." The huge Victory Palace seemed to wake up at once. A golden light shot out from the palace and enveloped Garca. As soon as the golden light touched Garca's body, it disappeared. The Victory Palace quietened down, as if it had become an ordinary city. The pressure that shrouded Yangfeng and the other powerhouses disappeared at once. It was very common for the Morin's family to fight for power, kill each other and carry out coups. As long as someone with the bloodline of the Morin's family stood in front of the Victory Palace, the various divine spells that could even suppress demigods wouldn't be activated. A burly officer with short blonde hair stepped forward, looked down and barked sternly, "Your Highness Garca, I am guarding this gate on the orders of the Empress. Please step back." Above the gate of glory of the Victory Palace, 4,000 fully armed royal guards appeared. Garca's complexion became very unsightly. Without any siege equipment, it would be extremely difficult to take down the gate of glory, which was guarded by 2,000 fully armed imperial guards. The Gate of Glory was 50 meters tall. Among the people present, only the sacred swordsman rank powerhouses could jump over the gate. Even if the 3 sacred swordsmen jumped over the city wall, they might not be a match for the 2,000 fully armed royal guards. The lightning sacred swordsman Cassius, the earth sacred swordsman Magia, and the raging sacred swordsman Lucero looked at the Gate of Glory city wall with a dignified look in their eyes, and they prepared to fight to the death. Commander Villa. Look who this is. Right at this moment, Andro took a step forward and grabbed a young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair. He lifted her up and placed her in front of everyone. The young and beautiful woman with long blonde hair cried loudly and implored bitterly, "Darling, save me, I don't want to die." Above the city wall, the eyes of the commander of the royal guards flashed with a touch of blood, and he roared like a wild beast, "Elaine! You bastard! You captured my wife!" Chapter 289. Andro smiled coldly and clapped his hands. "Not only did I capture your wife, but I also captured your parents, brothers, and your brothers' children." A white-haired old man, an old woman, and a dozen young men and women were dragged over by the warriors and thrown in front of Villa. Commander Villa let out a painful howl. "Father, mother, little brother." "Commander Villa, you are loyal to this empire, to His Majesty the Emperor of this empire, to Morant's 2867th. Now that His Majesty has been assassinated, instead of avenging His Majesty, you block His Highness Garka from entering the palace. This is a crime of rebellion, a crime worthy of extermination. If you don't open the door, I'll give the order to execute your family on the spot. Furthermore, your Bello clan will be exterminated from today onwards. I'll give you some time to think about it." Andro's words had just fallen when he clapped his hands, and a middle-aged woman and 3 children were dragged out and thrown in front of Villa's family. The face of a burly man standing next to Villa changed dramatically, and he said with a trace of alarm, "Weena, you bastards captured Weena." "Deputy Commander Bell Tower, if Commander Villa doesn't want to surrender, then please put righteousness before family and kill him. Then you can inherit his position as commander. Otherwise, your wife and children, as well as the 56 members of your Bello family, will all die here. Think about it." Andro smiled coldly and clapped his hands, and dozens of men, women, old and young were escorted over. They were thrown in front of the high-ranking royal guards as if they were garbage, and their names were announced, causing the high-ranking royal guards to reveal looks of alarm and pain. Andro smiled at Villa above the city wall and said cruelly, "Commander Villa, what do you think now? I want an answer from you. Open the gate or not? If you don't, I'll send your family to the netherworld and wait for you." Villa's complexion was pale. He could vaguely feel the fierce and murderous gazes staring at him from behind. Once he chose not to open the city, his former colleagues and subordinates would definitely not mind chopping him into pieces, and then opening the city gates to allow the killing gods outside to enter the city. Villa is willing to serve His Highness Garka, and fight against the rebels who tried to assassinate His Majesty. "Open up." Villa looked at his beloved wife's pleading gaze. When he thought that the Morant's family would resort to such means in a power struggle, he became disheartened and shouted. The door of the Gate of Glory finally opened slowly. Garka looked at the slowly opening Gate of Glory, his heart filled with excitement. He glanced at Andro and said with a smile of admiration, "Ian, you have a good subordinate." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Thank you for the praise, Your Highness." Goyina, who was standing next to Garka, gave Yang Feng a peculiar look. Eddie also gave Yang Feng a somewhat fearful look, his heart brimming with apprehension. Garka pointed at the Gate of Glory in high spirits and shouted, "Enter the city." When Villa arrived in front of Garka, he knelt on one knee, lowered his head, and said respectfully, "I was deceived by the traitors. Please forgive me, Your Highness." Garka smiled gently and said in a graceful manner, "Commander Villa, you were just dutifully performing your duty and were deceived by the traitors. I forgive you." Villa had 4,000 imperial guards under his command. In the Victory Palace, he was definitely a force that played a decisive role. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, time is of the essence. Now was not the time for Garka to put on an act and win over the hearts of the people. Every minute and every second was very precious. Garka raised his eyebrows, then stepped forward, drew his sword, pointed at the Victory Palace and barked, "Everyone, follow me into the palace to eradicate the traitors who tried to assassinate my imperial father." After he finished speaking, he left 300 imperial guards to guard the Gate of Glory, and the huge army madly advanced into the depths of the imperial palace. Along the way, the sounds of fighting continued. Seeing that the situation was far from reassuring, some imperial guards immediately surrendered. Other imperial guards, however, fought to the death. However, the scattered imperial guards could not withstand a single blow from the nearly 4,000-strong army. Their resistance was easily crushed to smithereens. For generations, the courtmasters were loyal only to the emperor. After the news of the death of Morin's 2867th came, they hid in the White Tower and didn't make any movements. No matter who won the fight for the throne, as long as they had no mental issues, they wouldn't treat the courtmasters shabbily. However, once they got involved in the fight for the throne, even the aloof wizards would be killed directly, and even their families would be exterminated. The Myriad Flowers Palace was the harem of the Victory Palace. It covered an extremely vast area and had 3,000 palaces. The 2 empresses and 4 imperial concubines lived in the Myriad Flowers Palace and commanded the numerous imperial concubines. At the time, Morin's, the founder of the Morin's Empire, went on expeditions and conquered numerous states. At the same time, he collected the beauties of countless states and raised them in the Myriad Flowers Palace, enjoying them day and night. Since Morin's, except for some emperors who weren't fond of women, the Myriad Flowers Palace was extremely prosperous and raised countless beauties. Your Highness Garka. This is the Myriad Flowers Palace. Except for His Majesty, no one else is allowed to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace without His Majesty's decree. Otherwise, they will be regarded as rebels. You please go back. In front of the Myriad Flowers Palace, there were more than 5,000 imperial guards gathered. A middle-aged man with short blue hair, a burly figure, and a somewhat ugly appearance barked at Garka with a sword in hand. Garka's eyes flashed fiercely, and he said coldly, "Sina, I suspect that there are traitors in the Myriad Flowers Palace who participated in the plot to assassinate my imperial father. Get out of the way, or you'll be in cahoots with the rebels." Sina barked, "Your Highness Garka, the Theron family is loyal to the Morin's family. Otherwise, His Majesty the Emperor wouldn't have appointed me as the guard commander of the Myriad Flowers Palace. Without an order from His Majesty the Emperor, anyone who wants to enter the Myriad Flowers Palace must step over my dead body." Garka's eyes flashed fiercely, and he pointed at Sina with a sword in hand and barked, "Then go to hell. Kill them. Kill the rebels." Goyina roared, and his Star Knight rank Chi burst forth. He took the lead and led his men directly towards Sina and the others. Eddie and Villa also led the Imperial Guards to engage in a frenzied slaughter with their former comrades. Blood dyed the ground in front of the Myriad Flowers Palace red. Soldiers died tragically at every moment. Seeing that the 2 armies were entangled, Yang Feng waved his hand and pointed at the crowd. The figures of the 2 sacred swordsmen ranked powerhouses Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius and Raging Sacred Swordsman Lucero blurred into motion and rushed into the crowd. Sword rays flickered, and a copious amount of blood and fragments splashed about. Like 2 gods of death, the 2 sacred swordsmen urged their sacred swordsman rank Chi. In just a dozen breaths of time, they appeared in front of Sina. Surrounded by lightning, Cassius unleashed the lightning sword art. Surrounded by countless lightning bolts, his sword stabbed towards Sina like a bolt of lightning. Sina's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. He urged his Star Knight rank Chi, raised his sword horizontally, and blocked in front of him. Bing! Along with a crisp sound, Sina's sword was broken. With a flash of a resplendent sword ray, he was cut in half from the middle, and a copious amount of blood sprayed about. Yang Feng barked, "Commander Sina is dead. Why don't you surrender? Do you want to become a rebel and have your whole family wiped out?" When the Imperial Guard saw Sina killed, their low morale collapsed, and they dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground. Garka glanced at the sword in the hand of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius, smiled slightly, and praised, "Good sword, what a sharp sword." The sword in the hand of the Lightning Sacred Swordsman Cassius was forged from divine blood steel, and was extremely sharp. With this sword it was able to break the sword in Sina's hand. Otherwise, even if Cassius was a sacred swordsman rank powerhouse, he still wouldn't be able to kill the Star Knight rank Sina in the midst of chaos with a single sword strike. In high spirits, Garka led his people forward and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. Yang Feng followed beside Garka and entered the Myriad Flowers Palace. How extravagant! As soon as Yang Feng entered the Myriad Flowers Palace, his eyes lit up slightly and flickered with a peculiar glint, and he mused. In the center of the 10,000 Flower Palace, there was a precious golden tree of the elves. The golden tree was dozens of meters tall and had luxuriant foliage. Every leaf emitted a golden radiance. Countless life auras were attracted from all directions and gathered on the golden leaves. It was incomparably beautiful. The gold tree was a treasure of the elves. It was extremely difficult for a gold tree to be born. It took 10,000 years for a gold tree to bear a gold seed and give birth to another gold tree. The leaves of the gold tree had mystical powers, and were one of the most precious raw materials for many potions. Moreover, the leaves of the gold tree had various mystical powers such as dispelling curses, healing injuries, and so on. They were extremely rare on the market. If all the leaves of the gold tree in the Myriad Flowers Palace were plucked, they could be sold for tens of millions of gold coins. In addition to the gold tree, the Myriad Flowers Palace also had the rare plant Dragon Blood Orchid from the country of dragons, the rare plant 10,000 Beast Spirit Fruit from the Beastman Empire, the large energy absorption ancient tree from Warlock College Antalya from Tyrannid subcontinent, and other precious extraordinary plants full of mystical abilities. The life magic energy in the Myriad Flowers Palace was very rich. It was a holy land for cultivation that didn't lose out to Warlock College Antalya in the slightest. If one practiced Warlock secret methods here, they would get twice the results with half the effort. Chapter 290. The entire Myriad Flower Palace was filled with a very pleasant fragrance of flowers. Rare flowers bloomed everywhere, and it was extremely beautiful. Garka, what do you want to do here? Under the protection of dozens of beautiful palace maids, a beautiful woman with long blonde hair, a voluptuous and sexy figure, a mixture of sexiness and innocence, youth and maturity, and all kinds of opposite charms, as if she was changing all the time, walked over slowly. She had a noble and cold temperament. After Yang Feng saw the peerless beauty, he secretly praised in his heart. This gorgeous woman was definitely one of the most feminine beauties he had ever seen. Garka watched the gorgeous woman exuding a different kind of charm walk over, and his eyes flashed with greed. He said with a smile, Empress Susanna, I suspect that someone in the Myriad Flowers Palace is suspected of assassinating my imperial father and plotting a rebellion. Worried about your safety, Your Highness, I brought troops to protect Your Highness. The gorgeous woman, who looked to be only 25 or 26 years old and exuded a different kind of charm and temperament, was Susanna, one of the two empresses of the Morin's Empire. Susanna should be in her 50s, but she maintained herself very well. At the same time, under the effect of the court potion, she was still full of vitality, looking like a beautiful woman of 25 or 26 years old. Morin's 2867th lived a licentious life and never practiced cultivation. Even with the support of the court potion, his vitality still flowed away very quickly. After all, potions weren't omnipotent. Garka immediately barked, Guards, protect Her Highness. Don't let anything happen to her. Yes, Your Highness. Goina responded promptly. He took 100 soldiers to surround Susanna, and then began to drive away the maids around Susanna. Susanna watched coldly as the 100 soldiers drove her maids to the side, and then surrounded her and put her under house arrest. After Garka caught Susanna, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately led his troops into the Myriad Flowers Palace. Countless soldiers quickly dispersed and rushed into each of the palaces of the Myriad Flower Palace, capturing the beautiful concubines and maids inside. Seeing the beautiful concubines and maids, some soldiers couldn't control their desires and pounced on them. The entire Myriad Flowers Palace was filled with the cries and wails of women. When Susanna saw this scene, she sighed in her heart. After learning that the Myriad Flowers Palace was breached, she immediately came out to see Garka. Otherwise, with her beauty, she might really be insulted by the soldiers. As if he didn't hear her, Garka led his troops into the depths of the Myriad Flowers Palace. "Garka, it's me!" Accompanied by a pleasantly surprised cry, a tall and slender woman with long blue hair walked over. She had a voluptuous figure and a slender waist. Every step she took seemed to sway in the wind. She looked like a ripe peach. When Garka saw the beautiful woman, his eyes flashed with joy, and he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to greet her. "Mother." This woman with long blue hair that looked like a ripe peach was Katerina, the southern imperial concubine, and also Garka's biological mother. Under the effect of the potion, she looked just a few years older than Garka, just like his elder sister. Behind Katerina were three top-notch beauties. One of them was tall and had wavy blonde hair. Her breasts were almost bursting out of her clothes, and there was a charming aura between her brows. She was the third Prince Porta's mother, Sophia. The beautiful woman with a perfect and harmonious figure and exquisite facial features exuding a heroic aura was the mother of the ninth Prince Sanal Yelena. The last beautiful woman with a petite figure that looked to be only 13 or 14 years old, a child's complexion, big breasts, and a delicate beauty that gave people a feeling of tenderness at first sight was the mother of Sucre, Alva. The three beauties following behind Katerina looked at Garka with complicated emotions in their eyes. They knew very well that since Garka had led his troops here in the struggle for the throne, it meant that Garka had already won half the battle. Katerina and Garka talked for a while, then looked at Yang Feng and revealed a beautiful and gentle smile. "You're Ian? Very good. Serve Garka well, and the Orthix family won't treat you unfairly." The gazes of Susanna, Sophia, Yelena, and Alva focused on Yang Feng. Garka's forces in the St. Toulon city weren't stronger than those of the other princes. The reason why it was Garka standing here and not the other princes was because Yang Feng was helping Garka from behind the scenes. Yang Feng smiled slightly and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Serving His Highness is what I should do." On the Street of Glory, the sounds of fighting and explosions lingered incessantly. Sword in hand, Cataleo was covered in blood as he charged into the crowd, constantly killing the incoming Imperial Guard soldiers. He was covered in sweat and gasping for breath. A high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps came to Cataleo and cried, "Sir, we can't hold on any longer. Let's retreat. Leave some seeds for the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps." The 3rd Imperial Guard Corps was much weaker than the 1st Imperial Guard Corps in terms of strength. With the support of the two magic brigades left behind by Yang Feng, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps barely managed to suppress the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. At this moment, under the leadership of Commander Ciceron, the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps launched an attack on the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps from the flank. The 1st Imperial Guard Corps also launched a desperate attack. Under the desperate attack of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps finally began to collapse. The commander of the corps, Cataleo, had to personally go forward to fight the enemy in an attempt to stabilize the front line. Cataleo shouted sternly, "No, hold on for me. Even if I die, I have to die here. We have no way out. Once His Highness fails, we'll all be turned into rebels, and there won't be any 3rd Imperial Guard Corps left. You go take command of the army at once. If you die, I'll take your place." "Yes, sir." The high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps gritted his teeth and roared. His figure flickered, and he rushed to the front line. When the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps with a Sky Knight rank cultivation base rushed to the front line and killed 5 or 6 enemies, a meteor-like greatsword slashed at the high-ranking officer of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps and cut him in two. Countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard legions, whose eyes were bloodshot, surged over like a tidal wave. "Shit! Retreat!" When the wizard squad led by Barros saw the warriors rushing over like a tide, his complexion changed slightly, and he said solemnly. Rays of magic light shrouded Barros and the other mages, making them disappear. "Retreat!" Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, Macon immediately took his men to cast magic and quickly disappeared. Magicians were powerful and respected existences. Even if the coup failed, the wizards could flee the St. Toulon city and go into exile, becoming guests of other forces. No wizard was willing to fight to the death for Garka. The wizards of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps didn't organize their peers to escape. If they desperately cast spells, they might be able to keep the other side. However, The other side's counterattack would also put their lives at risk. Retreat! Cataleo looked around. When he saw that there were only more than 100 of his personal guards left, he gave a long sigh and issued the order to retreat. The more than 100 personal guards immediately escorted Cataleo and fled into the distance. The Imperial Guard soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps rushed through Street of Glory, converged, and advanced in the direction of the Victory Palace. Surrounded by countless Imperial Guard soldiers, Wuxia didn't have the slightest joy on his face. He looked into the distance, his eyes full of worry. Cicerone spurred his horse and walked together with Wuxia, gazing at the tall imperial city of the Victory Palace from afar. His eyes flashed with a complicated look. Wuxia said lightly, "Cicerone, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." Cicerone came back to his senses and said faintly, "Wuxia, I didn't expect you to be a man of Her Highness the Empress." With a complicated look in his eyes, Wuxia sighed slowly. "I just think that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei is the most suitable to be the master of this empire." The Great Prince Andrei was wise and valiant, and possessed great military talent. He was the target of support from many bigwigs in the military of the Morince Empire. Cicerone suddenly gave a long sigh, and his eyes flashed with a gloomy look. "I also hope that His Highness the Great Prince Andrei can become the master of this empire. Unfortunately, we're too late." The 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps finally arrived in front of the Victory Palace. However, the Gate of Glory of the Victory Palace was locked, with no traces of fighting. At the same time, above the city wall, more than 50 giant catapults and more than 100 magic crossbows, which could even injure or severely injure dragons, were in place. Above the Gate of Glory, 4,000 soldiers of the Imperial Guard were standing in neat rows, looking down at the soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps like tigers watching their prey. The soldiers of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps went into battle lightly, not carrying any siege equipment. Moreover, the magic of wizards was practically ineffective against the Victory Palace. Except for a few Star Knights and Sacred Swordsman rank powerhouses, they had no means to open the Gate of Glory. At this moment, surrounded by countless people, Garca walked to the top of the Gate of Glory and looked down at the countless warriors of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guard Corps. His eyes flashed with a touch of pleasure, and he said in a cold and dignified voice, "Wuxia, Cicerone, you two brought troops to Victory Palace without a summons. Are you trying to rebel?" Chapter 291. Wuxia looked up at Garca above the city wall and said unhurriedly, "Your Highness Garca, we came to guard the Imperial Palace at the order of Her Highness the Empress. We have no intention of rebelling. Please let us in and meet Her Highness the Empress." Garca barked, "Shut up. You rebels dare to besiege an ally of the Empire. Obviously, you're all traitors trying to assassinate His Majesty. Drop your weapons, kneel on the ground, surrender, and await your punishment." A cold glint flashed past Cicerone's eyes, and he quietly made a gesture. A divine archer of the 2nd Imperial Guard Corps, a high-ranking officer with the cultivation base of a firmament knight, took out a bow, urged his chi, and shot an arrow at Garca. An arrow shrouded in red chi shot towards Garca like a meteor, locking onto his heart. A long sword covered in lightning struck the arrow, shattering it into pieces. "Damn you rebels, all of you deserve to die." Garca's complexion changed dramatically, his eyes flashed with frigid killing intent, and he took out a divine imprint about 10 centimeters in diameter inscribed with countless mysterious runes. The divine imprint was a treasure bestowed by the gods to the Morince family to control the Victory Palace. Only the bloodline of the Morince family could use it, and it could not be taken out of the Victory Palace. As soon as the divine seal appeared, rays of dazzling light spread out from the divine seal and enveloped the Victory Palace. The Victory Palace blossomed with resplendent light, as if a peerless beast was slowly awakening. A frightening pressure beyond that of mortals shrouded the area 10 kilometers in radius around the Victory Palace. Under this pressure, everyone felt a little breathless. This is a frightening pressure above that of the Starry Sky Warlock rank. The power contained in the Victory Palace is indeed above that of the Moonlight Warlock rank, touching upon the domain of gods. Yang Feng's complexion changed slightly, and his eyes flashed with a dignified glint. Under this frightening pressure, The vigor of heaven and earth in this area was completely locked and fell under the control of the Victory Palace. With the vigor of heaven and earth locked, Yang Feng could only use his 3 great blood meridian innate spells. The rest of the spells couldn't be cast. So-called spells were spells that the spellcasters used their own mental strength as a bridge to communicate with the various elements in the world's vitality through spell models, forming a kind of extraordinary power that borrowed the power of heaven and earth. If the vitality of heaven and earth was locked or the vitality of heaven and earth was thin, it would definitely be a nightmare for spellcasters. The heaven and earth yuan qi was locked, and many powerful spells could not be used. Moreover, if the heaven and earth essence qi was thin, the power of the spells cast would be greatly reduced. The so-called magic forbidding field was when the essence of heaven and earth was expelled or locked by a powerful force, causing the caster to be unable to borrow the power of the essence of heaven and earth. This was why they were unable to cast various spells. In the anti-magic domain, a legendary mage might not even be as powerful as a high-level warrior. Amid the frightening pressure, countless specks of light poured out of the Victory Palace, condensed in midair, and formed a 10-meter tall, shining with golden light, looking exactly like Morin's eye. When Buchak saw the statue of Morin's eye, his heart filled with shock. He knelt on the ground and implored loudly, "Your Highness, please calm down. We surrender. We surrender." Garka's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he revealed a cruel smile. "It's too late. I gave you a chance. Since you're not willing to submit to me, then you can all go to hell." Above the Victory Palace, Morin's eye looked down at the 2 Imperial Guard Corps warriors like a god and brandished the lightsaber in his hand. In an instant, an almost endless rain of lightsabers shot out of Morin's eye's sword and shot towards the 2 Imperial Guard Corps warriors like raindrops. A rain of blood splattered in all directions. Amidst the miserable screams, the Imperial Guards were pierced by the rain of light and turned into dried corpses. All of their lives and souls were absorbed by the light swords. Ciceron roared furiously, burst out with Star Knight rank chi, brandished his sword, and chopped the lightsabers to pieces. The Star Knight rank powerhouses of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps also urged their chi to resist the bombardment of the lightsabers. The Imperial Guard warriors below the Star Knight rank were turned into ashes by the lightsabers, and their life force and souls were devoured by the rain of lightsabers. In less than 30 seconds, the more than 30,000 Imperial Guard Corps warriors were turned into ashes by the rain of lightsabers released by Morin's eye, and their life force and souls were devoured. After wiping out all the small fries, Morin's eye looked coldly at Ciceron. Ciceron suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and a frightening force erupted inside him in a flash and blew him into countless pieces. Yang Feng's heart shook slightly. Looking at the godlike Morin's eye in the sky, he mused, "What a frightening being." When the Imperial Guard warriors above the Gate of Glory saw this scene, they were both fearful and glad. They were fearful that the 40,000 elite warriors of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps were annihilated by Garka, but glad that they were finally on the side of the victor and escaped the calamity of the purge. Every time Morin's eye took a careful look at the Star Knight rank powerhouses of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps, the Star Knight rank powerhouses would explode into countless pieces. In less than 5 minutes, there was no one left alive in the 2 Imperial Guard Corps. The wizards of the 2 Imperial Guard Corps were even more fragile than ordinary warriors, and were insta-killed by the rain of lightsabers. "Ha ha ha, this is the fate of traitors." Garka burst into laughter and urged the divine seal in his hand. The projection of Morin's eye in the sky collapsed, turned into motes of light, and disappeared into the Victory Palace. Garka inadvertently glanced at Yang Feng, only to see Yang Feng salute him respectfully. The Imperial Guard warriors stared at Garka with both respect and awe. They knew that the man in front of them was about to ascend the throne as the emperor of the Morin's Empire, and no one could stop him. Yang Feng looked at the tens of thousands of corpses in front of the Gate of Glory and sighed inside. Only in the world of gods can a dynasty be passed down for more than 100,000 years without change. With such frightening power, how could mortals overthrow this dynasty? The Morin's Empire exuded a sense of decay, degeneration, and debauchery from top to bottom, yet it still had a legacy of more than 100,000 years, completely backed by gods. Otherwise, such an empire would have been overthrown a long time ago. The news that Garka destroyed the 20,000-strong Imperial Guard Corps quickly reached the ears of the major forces of the St. Toulon city. The major forces of the St. Toulon city understood that the situation was completely under Garca's control. The 4th Imperial Guard Corps immediately declared allegiance to Garca and purged the Great Prince André's people within the corps. The 4 City Guard Corps of the Outer City also pledged allegiance to Garca. The Imperial Guard Hall also declared allegiance to Garca and began to arrest rebels who assassinated Morin's 2867th. The so-called rebels who assassinated Morin's 2867th were naturally people who supported the Great Prince André, and many of them were important ministers of the imperial court. 3 days later, Garca couldn't wait to hold an enthronement ceremony and announce his ascension to the throne. During the enthronement ceremony, the Great Prince André's people were all arrested and thrown into prison. Porta and the other 2 princes were placed under house arrest by Garca. No one objected to the enthronement ceremony, and Garca ascended the throne smoothly as Morin's 2868th. In the imperial palace's conference hall, Garca, dressed in an imperial robe, sat on the throne, looking down at the important ministers of the imperial court from above, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. In the imperial court, many important ministers held high positions and power. Even a prince like Garca was somewhat inferior in front of these important ministers. But now, as long as Garca gave the order, these important ministers would be deprived of all their rights, and then dragged into prison like dead dogs to spend the rest of their miserable lives. Wherever Garca looked, the important ministers of the imperial court lowered their heads slightly, not daring to look him in the eye. Garca's gaze finally fell on Yang Feng, who was standing respectfully aside, and he said lightly, "Ian." Yang Feng stepped forward and said respectfully, "I'm here." Garca stared at Yang Feng for a while, then revealed a smile and said, "I promised you that as long as you support me to ascend the throne, I will confer you the title of Duke and give you the Funès province as your fief. From today on, you are a Duke of the Empire. The Funès province and the Red Earth wasteland are your hereditary fief." Envious and jealous gazes came from the side. A hereditary enfeoffment of an imperial duke was already the apex of the Morin's Empire system for ordinary aristocrats. In the Morin's Empire, even ordinary dukes were already existences with high status and power. Hereditary dukes with huge fiefs were definitely greater aristocrats among greater aristocrats. 100 years ago, Salamander, the legendary hero who cultivated both magic and martial arts, had worked hard for his entire life, but he had only become a great noble. His greater aristocratic status was also far less valuable than Yang Feng's. That was the territory of a province. Such a huge territory was comparable to that of many small principalities of the Feisua Plain. The only drawback was that the population of the Funès province was slightly smaller. Yang Feng stepped forward and bowed slightly to Garca. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Chapter 292. Garca said with a smile, "I officially appoint you as the Dean of the St. Toulon City's Magic College. Dean Ian, you have to cultivate more magic talents for the Empire." When they heard Garca's words, the eyes of the surrounding ministers flickered with jealousy. The position of Dean of a Magic College was extremely important. It was the cradle for cultivating magic talents for the Empire. Mastering the Magic College was equivalent to mastering a large number of wizards. This was definitely one of the most important positions of the Empire. At the time, Morin's 2867th shamelessly brought people to seize this important position, only to die at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." In addition to Yang Feng, Garca continued to confer titles to his ministers. Goyina was made a court marquis and the commander of the royal guards, commanding 20,000 royal guards. Cataleo was made a court duke and the commander of the 1st Imperial Guard Corps. Busso was also made the governor of the very prosperous Jadali province, which was the closest to the imperial capital. Barros and McCann were made court grand masters. The meritorious ministers who participated in the coup d'état were enfeoffed by Garca and became important ministers of the Morin's Empire. The Gahilid province in the south of the Morin's Empire was adjacent to the Southern Desert Empire and was the first front against the Southern Desert Empire. On the Feisua Plain, the Morin's Empire and the Titan Empire were far stronger than other human forces. They were recognized as the 2 most powerful human empires on the Feisua Plain. However, in addition to the Morince Empire and the Titan Empire, there were still countless states of various sizes on the Faesua Plain, and the Desert Empire was one of them. Although the Desert Empire was far inferior to the Morince Empire in terms of national strength, but it struggled to survive in the cruel environment of the desert. Practically everyone was a natural warrior. They would often attack the Morince Empire, burn, kill, and loot people and various materials. The Morince Empire formed the Southern Army to deal with the invasion of the Desert Empire. The Southern Field Army was stationed in Gehilit Province. The entire Southern Field Army had 200,000 soldiers, and if the various auxiliary soldiers were added together, their numbers would exceed 1,000,000. The Dry Rock Fortress, within the Southern Army's headquarters. André took a document, carefully looked at it for a while, and then said with an ambiguous smile, "He wants me to return to the St. Toulon city to report on my work. My younger brother Garca seems to have made some progress. At least he didn't order people to arrest me as soon as he ascended to the throne." The complexion of a thin and ordinary middle-aged man slightly changed as he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you mustn't go back. Once you return to the St. Toulon city, Garca will definitely execute you." This thin, ordinary-looking middle-aged man was the leader of André's think tank, Anzalev. "Anzalev, how did your talk with the desert barbarians go?" Anzalev said, "The desert barbarians have agreed to sign a peace treaty with us. Within a year, they will not invade Gehilit Province." André lightly tapped the table with his index finger and said lightly, "Do you think they will abide by the agreement?" Anzalev shook his head slightly and said, "Those desert barbarians are vicious by nature, forgetting what's right at the sight of profit. It's impossible for them to abide by the agreement. There are also smart people among them who want us to attack the St. Toulon city. They would then take advantage of the situation and launch a sneak attack on Gehilit Province. I'm 80% sure that once our main force leaves, those barbarians will break the agreement and attack us." André said with a smile, "That's right. Those desert barbarians are vicious by nature, and simply can't be trusted. However, I haven't pinned my hopes on them keeping their word. Have you contacted those few tribes?" Anzalev said in a deep voice, "I have, Your Highness." A cold glint flashed past André's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "Since everything is ready, let's get started." On the 6th day after Garca ascended to the throne, André, the commander-in-chief of the Southern Army, issued a declaration denouncing Garca for assassinating Morince 2867th and for being a traitor of the empire. André dispatched 100,000 troops to advance on the St. Toulon city. The Gehilit province, which had been run by André for many years, suddenly leaned towards him. Garca promptly mobilized the 4 corps of the nearby Angelo province and the Merton province to resist André. The 4 corps of the 2 provinces engaged in a decisive battle with the Southern Army commanded by André beside the White Sand River. During the decisive battle, a corps of the Merton province switched sides on the battlefield and launched a pincer attack with the Southern Army commanded by André. They defeated the main forces of the 3 corps in one fell swoop, and countless people surrendered. After absorbing the countless surrendered soldiers, André's 100,000-strong army expanded to 160,000-strong army. After the main forces of the Garalo province and the Merton province were swept clean, André took the opportunity to send envoys to the 2 provinces. Practically all the officials of the 2 provinces surrendered at the mere sight of him, and most of them easily chose to surrender to André. The Morince Empire exuded a rotten smell from top to bottom. Coupled with the fact that it was a civil war in the Morince Empire, the officials naturally weren't willing to risk their lives for Garca. As soon as the Garalo province and the Merton province surrendered, the gate leading to the St. Toulon city opened. André's 160,000-strong army had to pass through the Tandu province, the Notus province, and the Povii province to reach the St. Toulon city. After the 4 corps of the Garalo province and the Merton province were defeated and surrendered to André, the rest of the provinces adopted a wait-and-see attitude. Only André's base, the Povania province, fully supported André and sent 2 corps to the Street Toulon city to obey Garca's dispatch. The border armies with the strongest fighting strength of the Morince Empire didn't transfer their most elite troops to the St. Toulon city on the pretext of the appearance of foreign enemies. Instead, they transferred some veterans and some second-line troops to the St. Toulon city. Garca's position was precarious and he was in a precarious situation. Under such circumstances, he didn't dare to kill Porta and the other two princes. Once Garca killed Porta and the other two princes, the remaining forces of the three princes would side with the great Prince Andrei, and Garca would be besieged on all sides. The Victory Palace inside the imperial study. Looking somewhat haggard, Garca paced back and forth anxiously in the imperial study. Beside Garca stood an ordinary-looking, blue-haired middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was Ghost Fox Bracy, the head of Garca's think tanks. At this moment, Bracy took a document and carefully looked at it for a while before putting it down. Garca asked anxiously at once, "Bracy, what should I do now?" Bracy comforted, "No need to worry, Your Majesty. At present, more than 95% of the Morinth Empire's provinces are in our hands. Our strength is more than 20 times that of Andrei's rebels. The White Tower has pledged allegiance to you. The St. Toulon city has gathered 300,000 troops. Andrei is no match for us." Garca's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Bracy, don't comfort me with these words. Andrei's Southern Army is an elite border army tempered by decades of fierce battles with the Desert Empire. Even though he only dispatched 100,000 troops, it's still a terrifying force. His military talent is indeed recognized as among the top 10 famous generals of the Empire. Only those old fogies can fight him. Hateful that none of those old fogies is willing to come out and help me, how hateful." Andrei was indeed a famous general of the Morinth Empire. However, the Morinth Empire's military was filled with powerhouses and experts. There were also quite a few famous generals who were as famous as Andrei. However, most of these famous generals were border army commanders who had no intention of intervening in the struggle for the throne. As such, they didn't provide much support to Garca. Previously, Garca hadn't roped in any famous generals of the Morinth Empire. Previously, he spent all his energy on infiltrating the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps, which allowed him to take control of the 3rd Imperial Guard Corps at the most critical time. As for the border army of the Morinth Empire, it had always been impartial and never participated in the struggle for the throne. Only the Southern Army, which was under Andrei's complete control, would get involved in the struggle for the throne and become Andrei's helper. Bracy suddenly said, "Your Majesty, we also have someone who can contend with Andrei." Garca hesitated for a moment before saying slowly, "You mean Duke Ian?" Bracy said slowly, "Yes, Duke Ian is a man who can create miracles. With the meager forces of the Miracle City, he could defeat the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps. There is no doubt about his military talent. If it's him, he has a good chance of defeating Andrei." Garca's brows furrowed, and he fell into silence. In the imperial study, there was a peculiar silence. Bracy said solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know that Duke Ian is already the Dean of the Magic College. If he also holds a military post, there may be some hidden dangers. However, the urgent matter at hand is to defeat Andrei. If he can't defeat Andrei, the consequences will be unimaginable." Garca hesitated for a moment before saying, "Can't Goyina do it?" In Garca's mind, Goyina was the most suitable candidate to lead the army. Bracy frowned slightly and said slowly, "Although Goyina performed very well in the military college, but he has no experience in large-scale warfare. If it was against an ordinary enemy, he might perform very well. But he's not Andrei's opponent. That battle is very important to you, Your Majesty. If you lose, our favorable situation will be reversed in an instant." Garca paced back and forth in the imperial study for a while. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally gave a long sigh and said, "All right, let Ian go." Chapter 293. The Victory Palace, inside the imperial study. Garca stared at Yang Feng in front of him with a complicated look in his eyes, and said slowly, "Ian, if I appoint you as the imperial marshal and command the army, how sure are you that you can defeat Andrei?" Yang Feng said confidently, "Your Majesty, if you entrust me with full authority to be the imperial marshal and command the army, I'm 90% sure that I can defeat Andrei." Garca's eyes flashed with joy, and then a glint of apprehension flashed in the abyss of his eyes. Yang Feng suddenly said with a smile, "By the way, Your Majesty, didn't you promise me before that I could enter the royal treasury of the Morinth Empire and pick a few treasures that I want? I'm looking forward to it." Garka pondered for a while, then recalled the promise he made during the coup d'état, and looked at Yang Feng with a smile in his eyes. Unless it was a robot, a perfect, powerful, flawless, and desireless subordinate was a dangerous existence that was difficult to control for those in power. Garka said with a smile, "Okay, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morance Empire and pick 2 treasures. After you defeat Andre and come back, I'll allow you to enter the royal treasury of the Morance Empire and pick 2 more treasures." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Without any pretense, Yang Feng showed a smile of joy. Garka casually pressed on the chair he was sitting on, and a wave of magic fluctuations suddenly rippled out from the chair. The space twisted slightly, and an old man with white hair and beard, who gave Yang Feng a very dangerous feeling, walked out of the void, saluted Garka, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng looked at the white-haired old man, and his pupils constricted slightly. What a strong fellow. He's at least a pinnacle legend rank powerhouse. Such a powerhouse didn't appear on the day of the coup d'état. It seems that he's one of the underlying forces of the Morance family. On the day of Garka's coup d'état, very few powerhouses appeared. That was because, apart from the few legend-rank powerhouses who were already involved in the struggle for the throne, the rest were unwilling to risk the destruction of their families and the extermination of their clans by participating in such a dangerous game. The top powerhouses of the Morance family hid in the darkness and didn't take action. The white-haired old man was clearly one of the underlying forces of the Morance family, a powerhouse who specialized in seclusion and guarding the imperial palace. In this victory palace, any attempt to assassinate Garka would be easily disrupted. Inside the victory palace there were definitely experts as common as clouds, powerhouses like rain. It was just that those experts and powerhouses would only be loyal to the master of Victory Palace and would not participate in the fight for the throne. This was the iron law of the Morance family. Garka said indifferently, "Rain, take Ian to the treasury and let him choose 2 treasures." "Yes, Your Majesty." Rain responded respectfully, and then said to Yang Feng, "Ian, come with me." With that said, Rain stretched out his hand and drew a line. With a flash of magic light, a spatial door appeared in front of him. Inside the Victory Palace, with the blessings of the gods, one could do all kinds of unimaginable and magical things. If such a space door was outside the Victory Palace, even among the legendary mages, only the top legendary mages would be able to open it so easily. Yang Feng stepped into the spatial door. With a flash of spatial fluctuations, countless rays of light shrouded him. His eyes blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of a 10-meter-tall huge bronze gate engraved with countless mysterious runes. Rin walked up to Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the huge bronze gate. A cyan ray entered the bronze gate. Crack! Crack! Following a series of sounds, the huge bronze gate slowly opened, and dazzling rays of light shot out of the bronze gate. "Go in. You can only choose 2 treasures from inside." Rin hesitated for a while before saying unhurriedly, "There are restrictions set up by the gods in this treasury. Once you take more than 1 treasure, you'll trigger the restrictions and won't get a single treasure." Yang Feng nodded slightly and walked through the bronze gate. As soon as he entered the bronze gate, Yang Feng's eyes were dazzled by the various rays of light coming from inside. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement, as expected of the treasury of the Morance Empire. There was no such thing as gold or silver in the royal treasury. Instead, it was filled with great fiend hearts, great devil heads, dragon crystals, gold tree seeds, and large energy absorption ancient tree seeds. Each of these treasures could move the hearts of legend wizards. This is the heart of an abyssal fiend baron. When Yang Feng walked into the royal treasury, he heard the sound of a heartbeat. He turned around and looked in the direction of the heartbeat, and his heart shook violently and filled with excitement. He saw a transparent crystal engraved with countless mysterious runes. Inside the transparent crystal, there was a black heart the size of a human head beating continuously. This black heart was the heart of a fiend baron. Abyssal fiends were a powerful and terrifying race. The fighting strength of great fiends was comparable to that of human legend rank powerhouses. Fiend barons, on the other hand, were terrifying existences comparable to human demigod rank powerhouses. In the Zhangji plain, there were fiend warlock families dominated by fiend blood meridians. If the fiend Baron heart was properly implanted into a human warlock and let the human warlock practice the corresponding fiend's secret method, then it would only take a few hundred years to give birth to a Starry Sky warlock rank fiend warlock. In a place like the Tyrannid subcontinent, this fiend Baron heart would be extremely priceless. Even if a state were to be offered in exchange for it, no one would be willing to sell it. Yang Feng looked at the fiend Baron heart with some regret inside. Unfortunately, fiend blood meridians and black dragon blood meridians can't be fused. Even if I take the fiend Baron heart, I can only create a Starry Sky warlock rank powerhouse after a few hundred years, which isn't in line with my interests. Bloodlines were exclusive. Black dragon blood meridians couldn't be fused with fiend blood meridians. Once the fiend heart was implanted, Yang Feng would explode and die due to a clash of bloodlines. If Yang Feng wanted to implant the fiend Baron heart, then he would have to spend his strength and countless precious resources to completely eliminate his bloodline, and then practice cultivation anew. If Yang Feng hadn't planned to walk the god path, then he might have crippled his strength and implanted the fiend Baron heart. However, since Yang Feng planned to walk the god path, fiend power and god power were diametrically opposed, so he naturally wouldn't implant the fiend Baron heart. Yang Feng shook his head, shifted his gaze away from the fiend Baron heart, and began to look for other treasures. The treasury was divided into the Fiend District, the Devil District, the Elf District, the Beastman District, the Sea Tribe District, the Giant District, the Dragon District, the Blood Tribe District, the Dark Elf District, and the Rare Species District. Each area had its own special products. The Morin's Empire, which had existed for more than 100,000 years and experienced countless wars, had collected countless treasures. The treasures in each area made Yang Feng's heart itch, wishing that he could loot them all. Without hesitation, Yang Feng went to the dragon area. Only in the dragon area, the various rare materials of black dragons could greatly enhance Yang Feng's strength. When Yang Feng arrived at the black dragon area and took a look, his eyes flashed with regret. Unfortunately, all the usable materials have been used up. Every part of a dragon was a treasure. Dragon blood, dragon flesh, dragon liver, and dragon eyes were all first-rate materials for refining elixirs. Successive emperors of the Morin's Empire had already used up all the usable parts of a dragon, leaving only some dragon bones that were difficult to deal with. This is the bone of a Moonlight Warlock rank black dragon. There are no fluctuations of divine power in these dragon bones. They are the bones of an immemorial dragon. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes lit up slightly and flickered with excitement. He walked up to a 50-meter-long dragon skeleton and carefully stroked and examined it. Dragons were divided into 5 categories, namely ordinary dragons, ancient dragons, immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons. The evolution potential of ordinary dragons was Great Warlock rank. The evolution potential of archaic dragons was Starry Sky Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of immemorial dragons was Glorious Sun Warlock rank. The highest evolution potential of archaic dragons was Infinity Warlock rank. As for primordial dragons, they could even evolve to contend against human warlock emperors. In the history of the Zhangji Plain, the first warlock emperor, the Time Lord, slayed a time primordial dragon that contained the mysteries of time. After absorbing countless mysteries of time, he finally became invincible, suppressed countless planes, and founded the first warlock dynasty. The giant dragon clan was also one of the most powerful extraordinary creatures in the many planes that could compete with the gods without taking the path of the gods. Of course, the number of immemorial dragons, archaic dragons, and primordial dragons among dragons was very small. Now that Yang Feng saw a Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial dragon bone, he was naturally very excited. In the Zhangji Plain, the Black Dragon Morph secret method contained a secret method to absorb the bone essence of advanced black dragons. As long as he absorbed and refined the bone essence of the immemorial dragon, Yang Feng's strength would increase by a large margin, and his bones would evolve into fearsome immemorial dragon rank existences. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng extended his hand towards the immemorial dragon bone. With a flash of resplendent light, the immemorial dragon bone shrank and condensed into a ball of light that entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 294. Yang Feng looked at the immemorial black dragon skeleton in his hand, and his eyes revealed a trace of a smile, Fortunately, the grade of this Moonlight Warlock rank Black Dragon skeleton is too high, which is why they haven't used it yet. I've picked up a bargain. There were all kinds of dragon skeletons everywhere in the dragon area. Dragon bones were the most difficult material to process, which was why they were left behind. The rest of the dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon tendons, and dragon crystals were mostly used up. In fact, there were relatively more rare materials in the royal treasury of the Morance Empire. After all, great alchemists were very rare in the Morance Empire. In the royal treasury, there were only 2 or 3 archwizard rank great alchemists. Yang Feng carefully examined the dragon area for a while, and saw a lot of good things. Unfortunately, they were of no help in promoting his cultivation base, so he could only choose to give them up. Yang Feng went directly to the rarer area. When he saw the rare ores, his heart jumped and he clenched his fists, full of excitement. This is star spiral steel ore, which can be used to make antimatter annihilation artillery. This is inert atlam stone, which can be used to make warp gates and perform spatial jumps. This is star rune stone, which can be used to make automatic recovery armor. When Yang Feng saw the various rare ores, his heart thumped violently, and he wished he could snatch them all. After Yang Feng obtained number 3796, he had a large number of super technological designs in his hands. However, if he wanted to make those super technological items, he first had to solve the problem of materials. In the rare ore area, there were precious ores collected by the Morance Empire over 100,000 years. If he could take away all the rare ores in the ore area, Yang Feng would be able to make terrifying battle robots capable of hunting demigod rank powerhouses. This is black bonita stone, which can be used to make closed space. Suddenly Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he walked up to a 6-meter-tall black stone. After carefully examining it for a while, he revealed a trace of a smile, extended his hand, and the black bonita stone flew into his hand. The moment the black bonita stone entered Yang Feng's hand, a ray of light shone, and he disappeared from where he stood. He appeared outside the door. "You can leave." Rain waved his hand, and a spatial door appeared out of thin air. Yang Feng smiled faintly, walked into the spatial gate, and appeared in the imperial study. Garca smiled and said, "How is it? Ian, are you satisfied with those treasures?" Yang Feng said with a slight smile, "I'm very satisfied. I hope I can go in a few more times." Garca glanced at a hidden corner without anyone noticing and saw a blue light appear on a piece of jade. The smile on his face became even wider. Garca revealed a smile and said, "Good. Ian, I will now officially appoint you as the Supreme General of the Empire. You will lead the army and suppress the traitor Andre." Yang Feng responded calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." After leaving the imperial palace, Yang Feng rode a luxurious carriage towards his villa, a look of indescribable joy in his eyes. Once Yang Feng used the secret method recorded in the Black Dragon Morph to refine the Moonlight Warlock rank immemorial Black Dragon bones. The hardness of his bones would surpass that of the Great Warlock rank, and reach the Starry Sky Warlock rank, and even Moonlight Warlock rank. It could greatly enhance the strength of his body. In this way, his body would be comparable to the toughest weapon, and his hands would be able to resist legend rank magic weapons. Suddenly, the carriage slowly stopped. A magnetic voice came from outside the carriage. "Duke Ian, I am Florence. I have something to talk to you about." Yang Feng raised the curtain of the carriage and saw Florence standing quietly not far away. She was beautiful and otherworldly, looking like a beautiful painting. Yang Feng looked at Florence and his heart stirred slightly, and he revealed a smile saying, "Of course, please come up." With a sweet smile, Florence boarded the carriage and sat opposite Yang Feng, a fragrance wafting out from her. Looking at the bright and moving Florence, Yang Feng felt that the carriage seemed to have brightened up a lot, and he silently praised, as expected of a divine chosen of the goddess of dance. Under Yang Feng's unbridled gaze, the always cheerful and generous Florence's pretty face was tainted with a touch of redness. She waited for a moment and found that Yang Feng had no intention of asking anything, and then hesitated for a moment before saying, "Duke Ian." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Just call me Ian. Aren't we friends?" Florence secretly clenched her silver teeth and said, "Ian, I hope you can help me save 2 people." Yang Feng frowned slightly and asked unhurriedly, "Who?" Florence looked at Yang Feng with a pitiful look in her eyes and pleaded softly, Emily and Erica of the Umlaw family are the two daughters of the Umlaw family. Both of them are my intimate friends. Because of my father, they are going to be banished to the Rose Pavilion. Please save them. As a divine chosen of the goddess of dance, Florence was very noble. Even the emperor of the Moritz Empire didn't dare to be rude to her. But even so, she didn't have any power, and could only watch helplessly as her close friends were pushed into the fire pit. The Rose Pavilion was a place that specialized in receiving female relatives of criminal officials and nurturing them into prostitutes. It was one of the largest brothel houses in the St. Toulon city. As long as you had money, you could unscrupulously enjoy the feeling of being a guest of former aristocratic ladies of the empire. Countless merchants flocked to the Rose Pavilion. It should be noted that many aristocratic ladies looked down on merchants like them. But now they had no choice but to endure being toyed with by them. Many merchants were very addicted to this feeling. The Umlaw family was a medium-sized family. The backer they chose was an important minister of the court who was close to the great prince. During the Great Purge, the family was swept away by the typhoon. The men were thrown into prison, while the women were sent to the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng stared at Florence, stroked his chin with his hand, and said meaningfully, "If I save them, how will you thank me?" Florence said with a sweet smile, "Then how about I dance a few times for you?" Yang Feng replied with a smile, "Okay." The luxurious carriage carried Yang Feng's group of two to the Rose Pavilion. Although it was daytime, but there were all kinds of luxurious carriages parked in front of the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng and Florence alighted from the luxurious carriage and strode into the Rose Pavilion. As soon as they entered the Rose Pavilion, the dozens of men in the Rose Pavilion were deeply attracted by Florence next to Yang Feng, unable to shift their gazes away. A 31 to 32-year-old beautiful young woman dressed in a black evening gown with an exposed chest and back, a tall and well-developed figure, still charming, and a head full of blonde hair welcomed Yang Feng's duo with a touch of a fragrant breeze. "Hello, I'm the manager here, Ina. May I ask why you're here?" "What a beautiful woman, so beautiful. Haha, little beauty, how many gold coins do you want for one night?" "I'll take care of it." A young man with a frivolous expression, slightly puffy eyes, a tall yet somewhat obese figure, and the appearance of a silk pants walked over and frivolously reached out to grab Florence. Florence creased her eyebrows slightly, then took a few steps back and retreated behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a step forward and slapped the young man in the face. The young man's mouth was filled with blood, and several of his teeth were broken. "You've got guts to hit people in the Rose Pavilion. Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion. Someone is hitting people in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covered his face, looked at Yang Feng with fear in his eyes, and shouted somewhat incoherently. Tyrannical auras rose from the Rose Pavilion. Most of the auras belonged to Night Rank experts, but one of them was a tyrannical star Night Rank aura. There were countless beautiful women in the Rose Pavilion, many of which were the family members of officials who had committed crimes. In order to prevent people from robbing them, there were also many experts stationed in the Rose Pavilion. Before long, a squinting, somewhat obese middle-aged man, escorted by a star Night Rank swordsman and 20 swordsmen at the Great Night Rank and above, came over. When the middle-aged man appeared, he squinted his eyes, stared at Florence and said eerily, "Who dares to use force in my Rose Pavilion?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, "It's me, Kalos." "It's you, what guts to actually..." Kalos smiled coldly and was about to give an order, when suddenly his eyelids twitched, his mouth opened wide, his face twisted as if by magic, and he revealed a flattering smile. "So it's the Great Dukian of the Red Earth continent. Since it's you, you naturally have the qualifications to use force in the Rose Pavilion." The young man covering his face was dumbstruck, unable to believe his eyes. Kalos was the director of the Rose Pavilion. In the eyes of the young man, he was a bigwig who could interact with greater aristocrats on equal footing. Many unruly people were put in order by Kalos when they entered the Rose Pavilion. Yet now he was fawning over Yang Feng, making the young man unable to believe his eyes. Kalos swept the young man with a glance, sneered and waved his hand. "Did this little bastard annoy you? Men beat him up. How dare you provoke the Great Dukian? You really don't know what death is." The two guards took out two big sticks and mercilessly whipped the young man, causing him to scream miserably. "Sir Duke, Please come with me. Kalos imperceptibly swept Florence with a glance, and then said to Yang Feng with a flattering expression. Chapter 295. Under the guidance of Kalos, Yang Feng and his party walked towards the depths of the Rose Pavilion. Along the way, many beautiful women stared at Yang Feng with curious looks. Kalos was the local tyrant of the Rose Pavilion, a bigwig who controlled the lives and deaths of beautiful women. This was the first time they saw Kalos being so respectful to someone. In a beautifully decorated and luxuriously decorated room, Yang Feng leaned on a sofa made of demonic flame tiger skin. Feeling the warmth emitted by the demonic flame tiger skin, he stared at Kalos with an enigmatic smile. Under Yang Feng's gaze, Kalos finally couldn't stand it any longer. He revealed a flattering smile and asked, "Dukian, may I ask why you came to the Rose Pavilion in person today?" When Florence saw Kalos's flattering expression, her beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic glint. At first she wanted to have a chat with Kalos, but she couldn't even meet him. Now that Kalos was so flattering to Yang Feng, complicated feelings welled up inside her. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Emily and Erica, the two daughters of the Umla family, you haven't touched them yet, have you?" With a flattering smile on his face, Kalos said neither softly nor firmly, Yes, not yet. However, they are famous twin dancers in the St. Toulon city. I originally planned to offer them to His Majesty the Emperor." Florence's heart suddenly sank. Yang Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, "Are you threatening me?" Kalos shook his head at once. "No. How dare I threaten you, sir? I'll call them out at once." Not long after, two girls who looked exactly the same, with fair and supple skin, a tall and voluptuous figure, long golden hair, and a pair of sexy slender legs were brought in. They looked to be only 15 or 16 years old. When the two beautiful young twins saw Florence, a hint of joy flashed through their eyes. However, they did not say a word and stood quietly behind Kalos. Yang Feng looked at the identical twin dancers with a look of admiration in his eyes. Emily and Erica, even apart from each other, were both first-rate beauties. When the two identical beauties stood side by side, it added a bit of charm to their beauty. Yang Feng said overbearingly, "I want the two of them. Kalos, go handle the paperwork." Kalos stared blankly for a moment and revealed an awkward expression. Then he forced a smile and said, "Dukian, they're the families of the criminals involved in that case. Unless His Majesty gives me a special pardon, I have no right to give them to you. However, if you want to play with them, I can let them accompany you now." The beauties in the Rose Pavilion were the family members of the offending officials. Kalos could make them accompany anyone, but he didn't have the authority to make them leave the Rose Pavilion. A hint of sadness flashed through Emily's and Erica's eyes. Kalos quickly added, "Of course, Your Excellency the Duke, I can arrange a room in the Rose Pavilion for them to live alone. I can also guarantee that no man will touch them." Many of the VIPs who visited the Rose Pavilion didn't like to share a woman with other men. Therefore, there were many rooms reserved for these VIPs in the Rose Pavilion. As the master of the Rose Pavilion, Kalos could indeed play with many women in the Rose Pavilion. However, he didn't dare to lightly offend some of the women attached to the Empire's VIPs. When he said that, a glimmer of hope streaked past the eyes of Emily and Erica. They would rather be Yang Feng's women than become prostitutes that anyone could sleep with. When she heard that, Florence sighed slightly, and a hint of sadness flashed past the abyss of her eyes. This might be the best outcome. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flipped his hand, and a black eagle appeared in his hand. White magic light flashed in his hand, and a slip of paper appeared at the foot of the black eagle. Yang Feng opened his hand, and the black eagle flapped its wings and flew out of the room. Kalos looked at the black eagle that flew out and vaguely guessed what was going on. He looked at Yang Feng more and more respectfully. The black eagle flew to the Victory Palace and landed at the gate of the Victory Palace. After a royal guard took the slip of paper from the foot of the black eagle, he scanned it, his complexion changed slightly, and he quickly went inside the Victory Palace. Inside the imperial study, Ian has taken a fancy to two girls of the Umla family, and he's asking me for them. Garka took the slip of paper Yang Feng put on, and revealed an amused and angry expression. Since Garka ascended the throne, this was the first time that someone had asked him for a woman. Garka smiled, then took out another slip of paper, wrote a few words and stamped it with his personal seal. The two girls of the Umla family seemed to dance pretty well, and they're twins. What a bargain! Inside the Rose Pavilion, the Black Eagle flew in through the window and landed in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng took out a slip of paper from the foot of the Black Eagle, scanned it and revealed a smile. He flicked his finger, and the slip of paper flew to in front of Kalos. Whatever woman Dukian wants, give it to him. When Kalos saw the slip of paper, his eyes revealed a look of astonishment, and he looked at Yang Feng with even more respect. The Rose Pavilion was not only a place for bigwigs to have fun, but it also had to cater to the needs of the emperor in the palace. On many occasions, the Rose Pavilion was the favorite place of the emperor of the Morince Empire. In the Rose Pavilion, there were many girls who had been trained and were ready to enter the palace to serve the emperor. For Garka to issue such an order, it was evident how much he favored Yang Feng. This meant that as long as Yang Feng took a fancy to a woman in the Rose Pavilion, he could have her with a word. Kalos said full of dignity, "Emily Erica, why aren't you going to meet your new master?" Emily Erica, greets master. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls brimming with the aura of youthful girls, prostrated in front of Yang Feng and said respectfully as if lowly female slaves. When Florence saw this, her heart ached slightly and she gave a long sigh. Emily and Erica, two beautiful girls, were a pair of very famous sisters in the social circles of the St. Toulon city. Who knows how many aristocratic youngsters wanted to get close to them? At the time, they even refused the pursuit of the heirs of many greater aristocrats. They were extremely proud. However, this pair of beautiful twin lotus flowers prostrated at Yang Feng's feet as if lowly female slaves. The cruelty of political struggles was once again displayed in front of Florence. Yang Feng said lightly, "Get up. Master, I have a presumptuous request. Please help me, master." "No, I beg you, please help me." The elder sister Emily suddenly looked up at Yang Feng with a pleading look in her beautiful eyes. Yang Feng's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. He fell into silence and stared coldly at Emily. Erica's beautiful eyes also revealed a hint of fear. Emily begged with teary eyes, "Master, please save my mother and auntie. As long as you save our mother and aunt, Erica and I will serve you wholeheartedly. We are willing to do anything you want us to do." Erica hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and kowtowed to Yang Feng, saying, "Master, I beg you, please save my family. Even if you want them to be your female slaves, that's fine." Being a female slave at Yang Feng's side was better than being a prostitute in the Rose Pavilion. After all, when the women in the Rose Pavilion were young and beautiful, they could enjoy a bit of glory. But once they grew old, they would be reduced to the lowest rung of the Rose Pavilion, where they couldn't even compare to the prostitutes outside. The most tragic thing was that it was impossible for the women in the Rose Pavilion to marry a good man. The bigwigs who came to the Rose Pavilion to have fun only treated the women in the Rose Pavilion as toys. No one would waste their strength to rescue the women in the Rose Pavilion. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Kalos, give me their relatives." Kalos replied respectfully, "Yes, sir." What did a trifling family of Emily and Erica count for? As long as Yang Feng wanted them, Kalos would even pack up all the women in the Rose Pavilion and give them to him. This was an order from His Majesty the Emperor. A nobody like Kalos didn't dare to disobey. There were a total of more than 30 women in the Umla family, and they were all very beautiful women. The women who weren't beautiful were already dead. In a luxurious carriage, Yang Feng was sitting on a soft chair with the beautiful twins Emily and Erica in his arms. His feet were placed on the 35-year-old Federica, who had a voluptuous and sexy figure and exuded the aura of a mature woman. She looked quite similar to Emily and Erica. Federica was Emily's mother. At this time she was meekly massaging Yang Feng's thigh. Emily and Erica carefully peeled fruits and sent them into Yang Feng's mouth to please him. Greed and lust, such weaknesses should make him feel a bit relieved. With Emily in his arms, Yang Feng's eyes didn't fall on her beautiful and delicate body. Instead, he sank into his thoughts, calculating Garka's reaction. On the day Yang Feng assisted Garka in the coup, his performance was too dazzling. Vaguely, He also felt that Garka was afraid of him. Therefore, he selectively created some weaknesses and exposed them to Garka. A greater aristocrat with no weaknesses, formidable strength, and seemingly no desires was what Garka feared the most. Ian, who was greedy and lustful, was a great general that Garka could trust with ease. This was also the reason why Yang Feng agreed to help Florence. Chapter 296. A day later, Garka appointed Yang Feng as the empire's Grand General and Marshal of suppressing rebellions. He assigned an Imperial Guard Corps of 20,000 soldiers, 2 City Guard Corps of 40,000 soldiers, and 2 miscellaneous corps of 40,000 soldiers from other places, a total of 100,000 soldiers, to serve as Yang Feng's direct subordinates. In addition to the 100,000 troops, Yang Feng could also control the 6 main corps of the Tandu province, the Notice province, and the Poviai province with 120,000 soldiers, the 3 provinces with a total of 500,000 local troops, as well as the 6th Corps with 120,000 soldiers transferred from various places. As a result, Yang Feng had more than 340,000 soldiers under his control. Coupled with auxiliary troops and other types of troops, the number of troops under his control exceeded 1 million. After he took over the position of marshal, his power almost reached its peak. In front of the gate of Yang Feng's villa, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages. Every day, countless people came to see him. On the 3rd day, Yang Feng took the 100,000 troops directly under his command and moved towards the Tandu province. The news that Yang Feng became the imperial general and marshal of the rebellion suppression spread throughout the Morin's Empire. All the major forces of the Morin's Empire knew of Yang Feng's name. Numerous forces sent people to collect information on Yang Feng. Countless forces of the Morin's Empire focused their gazes on Yang Feng. The headquarters of the Morin's Empire's Southern Army. Ian, it's actually him. Andre, who was holding a document, frowned slightly, and Yang Feng's voice and smiling face appeared in his mind. Andre pondered for a while and then asked slowly, "Anzalev, what do you think of Ian?" Anzalev replied with a smile, "An outstanding person. According to the information obtained so far, Ian not only cultivates magic and martial dual cultivation, but also has some accomplishments in military and politics. He was able to defeat the Hunting Fang Legion and the Silver Sword Legion. Even in the Empire, his commanding ability was definitely among the outstanding generals. Such a genius is only slightly inferior to you, Your Highness." Andre asked calmly, "How should we deal with him? Although Ian is very outstanding, but he has 2 fatal weaknesses. First, he isn't from the imperial military and doesn't have much seniority in the imperial military. It will be very difficult to convince the 6th Corps of the Tandu province, the Notice province, and the Poviai province as well as the 6th Corps transferred from other places. Secondly, although Garka is very smart, it's only petty cleverness. In essence, he was still a suspicious person. It was impossible for him to let Ian, who was not his direct descendant, lead an army of 1 million. We can send someone to the St. Toulon city to spread a rumor that Ian is independent. When a lie is told 1,000 times, it becomes the truth. As long as we drive a wedge between them, we can get Garka to transfer him back," Anzalev said methodically. Andre was full of confidence and said proudly, "Well said. My brother is very smart, but he's too smart. He doesn't trust anyone but himself. Moreover, there's one more thing you didn't mention. How can those ordinary armies that haven't been stained with blood compare to the strength of the 100,000 border soldiers in my hands? Even in a head-on battle, my army of 100,000 can still defeat his army of 1 million. The 100,000 soldiers under Andre's command were all elite soldiers that had been trained for more than 10 years to fight against the Desert Empire's army. Their combat strength was incomparably tyrannical. This was also what he relied on to start the rebellion. In the field, only a few elite border armies in the entire Morin's Empire had the strength to contend against Andre's army. The 12 legions that were mobilized from the other provinces were nothing in Andre's eyes. Anzalev said with a look of worship, "Your Highness is wise." Andre revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Before he comes, I will give him a big gift." 3 days later, Andre led 30,000 cavalrymen and directly plunged into the Tandu province. With the help of the mages accompanying the army, He easily seized more than a dozen cities in the Tandu province and moved towards the capital of the Tandu province, Newton City. Alarmed, the governor of the Tandu province sent a dozen bloodletters to Yang Feng in a row, begging him to send reinforcements. Behind the Tandu province was the Notice province. In the Notice province there were 4 main battle legions and 6 main battle legions dispatched from all over the country, a total of 10 main battle legions. After receiving the bloodletters from the governor of the Tandu province, Yang Feng glanced at them, and then threw them into the trash can. On one hand, he ordered the governor of the Tandu province to defend the Newton city to the death, and on the other hand, he sped up the march. Andrei rampaged through the Tandu province. Wherever he went, the cities of the Tandu province surrendered at the mere sight of him. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, the governor of the Tandu province recruited 100,000 recruits. Together with the 80,000 warriors in the Newton city, he formed a large corps of 180,000 people to defend the Newton city to the death. After Andrei's army reached the Newton city, it tried to besiege the city, but was stopped by the governor of the Tandu province. Andrei immediately stopped the siege and began to dispatch a steady stream of reinforcements from the rear, surrounding the Newton city. The area outside the Burgas city, the capital of the Notice province, had turned into a huge barracks with barracks stretching for more than a dozen kilometers. When Yang Feng arrived in front of a barracks, he saw 8 sentries standing lazily in front of the barracks. The 8 sentries gathered together and chatted with each other, not paying any attention to their vigilance. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly. Then he conjured a magic stealth and disappeared at once. He strode into the barracks. As soon as he entered the barracks, Yang Feng heard the sounds of gambling. There were also women's groans and men's lewd laughter coming from many barracks. Along the way, Yang Feng's eyebrows creased more and more, and a frigid killing intent appeared in the abyss of his eyes. This is the army I want to command? With such an army, it's no wonder they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Andrei. The Morince Empire was rotten to the core, and the army was similarly rotten. Apart from the several border armies of the empire, most of the standing corps in the other provinces had become tools for officers of all levels to fish for money. It was normal for them to eat without pay and drink the blood of the soldiers. The reason why Yang Feng could defeat the armies of the Morince Empire with an irresistible force with the meager troops of the Miracle City was that, apart from some main corps, the fighting strength of the other troops of the Morince Empire wasn't high. After going around the barracks, Yang Feng turned around and left. 2 days later, an emissary rode into the Burgas city. Before long, the officials of the Burgas city were led by Governor Chiron of the Notice province to wait 10 kilometers outside the city. After waiting for about an hour, a huge army stretching for more than a dozen kilometers appeared in front of everyone. At the forefront of the huge legion, the person in the lead riding a majestic black horse was Yang Feng. Yang Feng rode the handsome black horse and arrived in front of Chiron and company under the escort of 3 sacred swordsmen. He dismounted and walked towards Chiron and company with a smile on his face. Chiron carefully looked at Yang Feng for a while, then took a step forward and saluted him, saying, "Governor Chiron of the Notice province greets Marshal Ian." The officials of the Notice province behind Governor Chiron also saluted Yang Feng. "Greetings, Marshal." "Hello, I'm Ian." Yang Feng swept the officials who came to greet him with a glance and said with a smile, "Let's go back to the city." As soon as they returned to the Burgas city, Chiron held a grand welcome banquet to greet Yang Feng. At the banquet, celebrities and aristocrats of the Burgas city came one after another. Countless young and beautiful aristocratic girls surrounded Yang Feng and fawned on him. With Chiron's introduction, Yang Feng got to know Ennio, the commander of the Olive Leaf Corps, Duccio, the commander of the Polar Bear Corps, Gan, the commander of the Cyan Falcon Corps, and Giacomo, the commander of the Iron Thornwood Corps. The commanders of the 4 corps were respectively the commanders of the 4 main corps of the Notice province and the Povii province. They participated in greeting Yang Feng. As for the commanders of the other 6 corps, they were dismissive of Yang Feng, and none of them went to greet Yang Feng. The next morning, the headquarters of the rebellion subduing Marshal, Yang Feng, who was sitting on the seat of honor in the Marshal's barracks, glanced at Andro with an ice-cold expression, and said lightly, "Sound the assembly drums." Andro responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." The impassioned and resounding assembly drums reverberated in the barracks. After hearing the drums, a commander immediately rushed to the marshal's barracks. When the high-ranking officers entered the marshal's barracks, they saw a gloomy Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor, and they kept silent, not daring to say anything. Ennio, Duccio, Gan and Giacomo, the 4 commanders rushed to the marshal's barracks before the assembly drums were about to disappear. After the assembly drums stopped, only the high-ranking officers of the Olive Leaf Corps, the Polar Bear Corps, Duccio, the Cyan Falcon Corps, the Iron Thornwood Corps, as well as the Imperial Guard System and the City Guard System were left standing in the marshal's barracks. The high-ranking officers stared at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor with ridicule in the abyss of their eyes. For Yang Feng to become the marshal of the empire at such a young age, the high-ranking officers were naturally unconvinced. Even though Yang Feng was the master of the Miracle City and had successively defeated the Hunting Fang Corps and the Silver Sword Corps, but the high-ranking officers of the Morance Empire still didn't take him seriously. "Sorry, we're late." "Haha, I'm really sorry." Amid a burst of insincere laughter, a burly middle-aged high-ranking officer stepped into the barracks. With a contemptuous smile on his face, he looked somewhat provocatively at Yang Feng sitting on the seat of honor. This middle-aged high-ranking officer was Julio, the commander of the Bear Fang Corps who was transferred from another place. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.